Had a little spillage.
It's human. It's an orange lane by the looks of it.
Please be seated, colleagues. Good evening, colleagues. Welcome to the meeting of the Borough Council. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Welcome to those members of the public in the public gallery and those watching from home. If any member of the public or press would like to record proceedings themselves, please do so from the public gallery without interfering with the business of today's meeting. If the fire alarm sounds, can those sitting in the public gallery exit through the doors behind them, and those sitting in the council chamber leave the room by the doors behind me and make your way to the front of the town hall. To limit disturbances, please ensure mobile phones and other electronic devices are switched off or are on silent during the meeting. Any member who wishes to speak on any of the agenda items should please use the microphones available. Borough Council today will deal only with business that is set out on the summons. Finally, I would remind all members of Council Procedure Rule 34. Any councillor who speaks at any meeting will not accuse anyone, member, officer, or otherwise, of improper motives or use offensive expressions or unparliamentary language, and must demonstrate compliance with the Council Proud values and the Member Code of Conduct at all times. I will not tolerate unacceptable behaviour, and so please consider this your first and final warning. I have received apologies from Councillor R. Taylor. Are there any more apologies, please? Councillor Kennedy? Thank you.
I was just going to say, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. The first item of business is declarations of interest. Does any member wish to make a declaration before we move on to the next item of business? Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to declare an interest on item 5. I was Vice Chair of Standards. Thank you.
You? Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to declare an interest in item 8 as Chair of the Housing and Environmental Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare an interest in item 8 also as Vice Chair of the Housing and Environment Scrutiny Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor?
Do we have to declare an interest as members of the Standards Committee because of the amount of standard stuff on here tonight?
No.
Thank you.
No.
I wouldn't like to do anything wrong.
Yes. No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Colleagues are reminded that if you have a disclosable pecuniary interest in an item which prevents you from participating in the debate and any vote, you will need to leave the chamber during that item. The next item of business is the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 17th of October 2024. Are they accepted as a correct record?
Yeah.
Is that agreed? Thank you. The next item of business is mayor's announcements or communications. Colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to remark upon the remembrance events held across the borough on Sunday, the 10th of November and Monday, the 11th of November for Armistice. I was so proud of how hard officers and organisations work together to provide our communities with the opportunity to pay their respects in their hometowns and villages and to ensure arrangements were seamless. It was remarkable how many members of the public attended the events from across all parts of the borough. And I'm sure that all of my political colleagues join me in thanking all of the staff and the organisations involved. It was truly remarkable. I also have extremely good news. Beads Helping Hands at Jarrow have won the King's Award for Voluntary Service. Many congratulations. And if I can tell you, colleagues, that this is equivalent to the MBE in the voluntary sector. So that is absolutely remarkable, and congratulations to them. I would also like to take this opportunity for us all to pay our respects on the sad passing of former councillor Mary Coyle. Mary was elected in 1982, representing the Primrose Ward. She was the mayoress to Councillor Pearson from 1985 to 1986 and retired in 1994. Her funeral will take place on Tuesday, the 3rd of December, 10 o'clock, St. Matthew's Church, York Avenue, Jarrow. And I and the mayoress will be attending on behalf of all of my political colleagues. Our thoughts and prayers are with her friends and family at this sad time. Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Governance and Corporate Affairs on the LGBTQ Pride in South Tyneside 2024. I will ask Councillor Paul Dean, as lead member for the Voluntary Sector Partnerships and Equalities, to present his report. And I understand that Councillor Dean will also invite Peter Durant, who is Chair of Out North East, to speak to this report too. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, in the Constitution, it states, questions by members on reports of the Cabinet and committees. I'm wanting to ask this because there's a lot of reports tonight and I don't want to be putting my hand up or what have you. It's just to get some guidance on this paragraph before the reports start, please. And it says, an elected member of the council may ask the leader of the council or the chairperson of a committee any question without notice upon an item of a report of the Cabinet or a committee when that item is being received or under consideration by full council. The leader of the council or the chairperson must respond to each question immediately. So I repeat, there's a few reports we're going to do tonight. Can we get an explanation of that paragraph? Because if I put my hand up under that, I don't want it to be part of my 3-minute speech that I'm going to be doing on the same report. So can we get some guidance on that, please? I've got a spare copy if you want it. It's page 174, 8.11. Just to get some guidance, please, Madam Mayor. Don't pass that over, please. It is it.
Right.
If the question that he has that relates to either the leader or the lead member, and he also wants to ask that question, you should do so at the same time as speaking.
Right.
So I never heard that.
This really isn't relevant at this point,
Well, it is
Councillor.
because I'll be wanting to ask questions.
But if you want to ask a question, if it's relevant, it is not then part of your. Yes, yes, please. I think it's easier if the monitoring officer answers. I might get it wrong,
Yeah, I get
councillor.
It's just on a report by report basis. If you've got something that you would like to comment upon on the report, you can do so. If you have a question for the leader or the lead member that is relevant to that report,
Or the
you can
chairperson.
ask the question, but you should do so as you speak.
So if I ask a question, I can still do me speech on it, on the report.
So like I say, you can speak on the report, and then if you've also got a question you would like to
Mhm.
ask on
Ask
it
at the same
to the
time.
relevant.
Because it does give you two
Person,
bites of
then
the
you
apple,
can
didn't
do
it?
so.
As
Yeah.
far as I can see.
No, you should do it as part of
Part of
your
your
speaking on
speech.
the report.
So we
So
need to
you
take
can-
that out of the constitution.
I don't understand, councillor Robertson, you can do both. You just have to do them at the same, it's part of your speaking.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the councillor's lead member for the voluntary sector, partnerships and equalities, I'm very proud to be able to reflect with you all today on this summer's hugely successful Pride in South Tyneside programme of events. Pride is at its core about the visibility and dignity of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans and queer community. It's a time to reflect on how far the LGBTQ+ movement has come. But it's also at its core a celebration of people coming together in love and friendship. Pride is a huge global phenomenon, and while we can't quite rival the scale of some of the festivities seen in places in London and New York, and playing our small part as a borough in marking Pride, we are contributing to honouring and celebrating our LGBT friends, loved ones, colleagues and neighbours. In putting LGBTQ+ Pride at the heart of our parades and summer concerts, organising exhibits and activities that help local people reflect on LGBTQ+ culture and history, and bringing local people together for consciously proud and inclusive picnics and dog walks. We are communicating our love and acceptance and making it clear to everyone that South Tyneside is a welcoming and inclusive place. It has been a great pleasure over the last year or so to work in partnership with Out North East to help create this exciting programme of events and activities. And I'm delighted to be able to introduce Peter Durant, the chair of Out North East, who played a key role in making this all possible. I thank you. Over to you, Peter.
Well, thank you very much and good evening, everybody. Thank you for the time allocated to come and tell you a little bit about our Summer of Prides. I'm very conscious that you're going to see the bald head behind me, so I'll try and swivel round as best I can. Out North East is only a year old, and our aim is to celebrate all communities, not just the LGBTQ+ community, but to bring everybody together. And we did this by partnering with Sunderland, Gateshead and South Tyneside Councils in putting together 3-month-long Pride festivals. We delivered 65 events in total. 90% of those events were free. 100% of everything that Out North East delivered was free. But where there was a ticket, it was because our partner organisations had to cover their costs. So for an example, the Customs House here in Shields, we spoke to them, they really wanted to get involved with them. In a previous life, I used to be the ops director of the Customs House, so I know that they're a charity and they need to raise revenue. So we sat down with them and said, you've got some empty dates in July, let's stage an event where you can raise revenue. We spoke to Joe McElderry, who said, yes, we'd love to do a concert. They arranged a financial deal. I shook my bucket on the door. And because of that, because the Customs House raised money, they then worked with me in helping to deliver a film festival. So that's how we worked with partners. The 3 months cost £200,000 to stage. £50,000 was through grants. £150,000 we raised through sponsorship, through donations, and through contra arrangements. Now, the report that's in your document will tell you a lot about what happened in Sunderland, a lot about what happened in Gateshead, but let's talk about my favourite festival, Pride in South Tyneside. And If you were with me a few weeks ago in Gateshead, you might have heard a different spiel on that. We're here in South Shields, so let's start in South Shields. We worked with your amazing culture team and events team, and we turned this year's summer parade into a celebration of all communities. And it was the first time that the LGBTQ plus community marched in the parade. We were welcomed. It was great to see the mayor in the rainbow dress waving the flag. It was a wonderful day. We then staged talks at the Word. We staged a major exhibition all the way from New York. South Shields got it about, it was called The Flag in the Map and what the flag means around the world. We worked with the Customs House on a film festival with Joe McElderry's concert. We then worked with Jade Thirlwell, who was releasing a new hit single at the time and flew over from New York to hold a party in the town centre to celebrate Pride. And of course, there was the amazing summer concert this year with Sister Sledge and Five Star. 20,000 people turned up to celebrate. But we didn't just leave it in Shields. We then celebrated Pride in Heaven. And that was a fantastic experience, working with some amazing councillors and also brilliant businesses and retailers. 2 months before we celebrated Pride in Heaven, I went along to a retailers meeting. And to say it was grim is an understatement. They were going through a lot of issues, antisocial behaviour, theft, crime. There was a feeling of despair. And we sat there with them and said, look, let's actually do something positive. What would you like? And the retailers embraced this. They wanted to do a day of celebration. They wanted to bring colour back into the precinct. And so we took over Hebburn Central and we did activities for families. We took over Fountain Park and there was a stage and there was market stalls and there was bunting throughout the town. The only thing we forgot to book that particular day was the sun, because it rained, and it rained on biblical portions. And we were about to cancel, and a wonderful thing happened. The Iona Social Club opened their doors and they said, come in. And we went in there and they put the rainbow flag up. The turns went on stage in rainbow attire. They turned Pride, their bingo, into Pride Bingo. Now, I've heard that these meetings can sometimes be a little tense and fiery. If you've ever played bingo at the Iona Club, trust me, it's nothing compared to this. Because if you call the numbers out at the wrong time, they will run you out of town. And I was with a gay couple who had lived in Hebburn, and this was the first time that they'd come out. And they said, oh, I don't think we can go in there. I don't think we'll be welcome. And I said, they're inviting us in. Come in. And they were welcomed. They were embraced. They had a fantastic day. They particularly loved the idea that a pint of lager, a pint of cider and a pint of Diet Coke was £7. And a month later, I met them and they've become affiliate members of the club. They've embraced there. But we didn't just then end it in Hebburn. We had Pride in Jarrah. Pride Pooches, a dog show. Now you're all thinking, what the hell has dogs got to do with Pride? Well, it's about bringing communities together. People don't talk anymore to one another, which is such a shame. But if we've got a dog and we're dog owners, that's the first thing we'll talk about. And it was lovely to see communities coming together. 100 dogs turned up with their owners. It rained again, but luckily dog walkers, owners are very hardy and they don't mind the weather. So a fantastic day. Outside of everything that we did, we also gave back to the community. We worked with the Red Sky Foundation and donated 4 life-saving defibrillators to Newcastle, Sunderland, Gateshead and South Tyneside. I think it's in South Marine Park. We donated £5,000 to community groups to help them stage events. We worked with Lumo Trains to launch a national rail campaign. With Sunderland, we set up with Sunderland Football Club their first Pride in Wearside supporters club, an LGBTQ supporters club with a lot of members from South Tyneside who have joined. In Gateshead, we created videos to support independent businesses, showing that they were inclusive and safe places to live. In total, 100,000 people engaged with the festival, 1 million people saw the Flag in the Map exhibition, and we generated 2.5 million in positive PR, showcasing that Sunderland, Gateshead and South Tyneside was safe and inclusive places to live, work and visit. And those are amazing figures. And grant givers love them and councillors love them and the press loves them. But the interesting figures for me were the elderly trans lady in Sunderland who approached me and told me that she was going to go home and end her life because she didn't feel welcome. And we managed to get her support, and now she's flourishing. It was the granddad who approached me in Gateshead when we did a colour fun run. Everybody was covered in paint. And he came up and shook my hand and he said, I'm here with my wife, with my son and his wife, my gay grandson and his boyfriend. And this is the first time we've had a family experience. It was the young bisexual group, 3 lovely young kids, 16, 17, who approached me in Bents Park at the Sister Sledge concert. And I'd just been on stage to deliver a speech. And I came off stage and they rushed up to me and they said, thank you for today. This is the first time I feel safe in my own town. Now, that was a wonderful moment. But the cherry on the cake was this gorgeous family that were sat down, grandma, mum, dad, 4 kids running around, a feast that, you know, could feed the 5,000, deck chairs, and they overheard. And they said to these teens, come and join us. And they looked at me and I said, look, you're being invited, go. And they sat down and I thought, I'll have a look at them 15 minutes later. And I walked back and they were up dancing, they were eating, they were sharing food. That is what pride is to me. It's about bringing communities together. Not everybody felt the same. In your report, you will see we received over 2,000 hate messages. There's a double page. I won't read some of the words, but we put the words in there. Woke rubbish, AIDS fest, puffs go home, sod off. Loads of hate in there, which you can read. One of the most hateful things is, it sounds really silly, hope it rains. Now, we laughed about it because it did rain. But, you know, every other word is like playground humour. You know, it's kind of, yeah, you forget it. Hope it rains. Somebody actually sat there and wished ill on us. It's like hope it rains on your wedding. It's a terrible thing to say. Kate Osborne, she received the most hate that she's received over the Pride period. The Shields Gazette published a story on us, and the editor had to take it down because he had 300 hate messages. He reposted it, but without you were able to put a comment in. I complained. I said, put the comments in. That's what we need. We need to see what we're fighting. You know, in the old days, that used to be the lead on the paper the next day. We don't hide from hate, because I can stand here and tell you that we had a wonderful time and everybody was great, and wasn't it joyous, and South Tyneside is brilliant, but there's a lot of people out there that disagree. And that's what Out North is here to kind of help support other organisations to eradicate. So what happens now? Well, we start planning for next year, and part of my pitch to you today is, I don't own Pride in South Tyneside, it is yours. If you don't want it to happen, that's perfectly fine. But if you do, we would love to work with you. And yesterday I was working with teachers over at the Word, and we're delivering a heritage project. And we're asking, what does Pride mean to people? So it is obviously aimed towards the LGBTQ plus community. But actually, we're saying to people, what else do you have pride in? Do you have pride in Sunderland Football Club or Newcastle? I know it's dangerous mentioning one club without the other. Do you have pride in... A young lad came up to me and said, can I submit my video? And I said, what is it of? I did a wheelie the other day, and I'm proud of that. That's what we're proud of. It's about citizenship and community. An elderly lady sent me a picture of a cake she baked and said she'd been following the bake-off recipe for 3 months, and this is the first time she's got it right. And she's proud about that. She never sent me a slice, but that's a different story. And so what we want to find out with South Tyneside, Gateshead and Sunderland is, what does pride mean in the borough? Because it's more than just LGBTQ. Pride is an emotion that we should all feel. We should all feel civic pride, because if we do that, we support one another as a community. And that exhibition will take place in February here at the Word, in Sunderland and in Gateshead, and I invite you to come along and take part in that, and also send us what pride means to you. So this year was only our first year, 65 events, over £2.5 million worth of positive PR, some amazing life-changing stories, a new member of their owner social club, so they'll be thrilled. We would love to do it again, and with your support, we will. Thank you very much for your time, and if there's any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Is the report seconded? Seconded. Thank you. Are there any questions? Or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter, thank you for your report. It's humbling in the vernacular, and Ray's probably said this at the Customs House. There is a phrase, don't teach a granny to suck eggs. And yet, who could forget the support of the LGBTQ community plus community at the height of the miners' strike, in the coalfields, in the valleys, bringing back support, bringing back pride when people were on their chin straps. That's a little bit of an emotive statement from me, but when I've listened to what you've just said and the irresistible way that people have come forward and the generative nature of all of that love spread about, I wish you well after year one going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say thanks to Peter, everyone out North East for helping us with the first ever Heaven Pride event, and also to the leader Tracy Dixon for pushing this initiative and all the support that she gave, and the council as well for this. We did pick the worst day to have it in terms of the weather. I think, I remember Councillor once with a husband trying to put up a gazebo in torrential rain and with leaks all over and everything like that. But everyone did come together. The great day was businesses, community organisations, volunteers. Like you mentioned, we unfortunately did receive some terrible messages on social media. Someone sent the swastika and other such things like that. So it kind of reminds me why Pride is important and why it needs to keep happening every year. I think that was kind of countered by a young couple who came and said they were proud to see the Pride flag in heaven for the first time ever, and the little things like that made it all worthwhile. And I know the group is going to be holding another event next year, so I'm sure they'll be in touch with you for help, and hopefully that's going to now be a fixture of events in heaven going forward. So thanks for your help.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Thanks, Peter. That was absolutely fantastic. Great presentation. As a former miner, the gay community and Pride, the video, the film, what was out, supported the Welsh miners, but they did support the miners because the miners turned up for them in London as well for Pride. And I would like to know more about it because I am chairman of a welfare, which they supported a welfare in Wales. And I would like to know more because possibly we may be able to hold an event there. So I'll give you my details after the meeting. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson?
Thanks for the report, Peter. You don't fancy standing as an independent councillor?
What's the pay?
Right. This Christmas Day, I'll be doing the same as what I done last Christmas Day. I'll be standing at a kitchen sink in a pub in Wickham, washing dishes for my stepson. Him and his partner have got the pub, and it's just mega busy all the time. But Christmas Day, and them two lads, the banter that I have with them two was just nobody's business. And I've been on oil rigs, I've been in vans full of scavengers and what have you. And the crack that we have is absolutely brilliant. Talk about thick-skinned. And then down the lines of learning difficulties is close to my heart for a lot of reasons. And in the workplace, the amount of times that I've had to say to someone quite forcefully when they take the pay out to somebody for having some kind of difficulty, I say, you're very lucky if you or your family haven't had someone with learning difficulties or mental hospitals many years ago or what have you. But it will happen in every family. Yeah. And down the lines of what I've seen happen in the masculine trades, if you want to call it, the scaffolding trades, there can be blokes that's got a reputation as a handful and what have you. And then the next thing, whether it's a son or what have you, is gay or there's a lesbian daughter. And the wheel turns, and that's not meant as a dig. But it's like, don't Don't look and don't slag because you don't know what's around the corner. Life is life, right? Thanks very much, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report, Peter. I'm a little bit shocked at how many people put hate crime out there. I'm 60-year-old, and if I'm going to be honest about things, when we were younger, to be fair and not be nasty, he's got persecuted all over the place. Everybody did. But I'm very surprised that he got 2,000 hate comments because I don't think anybody cares now. You know, you just let it go over their heads, and it's, you know, if people are finding love, let them find it. You know, and to be honest with you, I hope your parades not go from strength to strength, because I really think it's good for the corporate area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. What else? Oh, right. Oh, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've moved seats just to confuse you. And no, thank you so much for the report, Peter. It's lovely to hear from you. And I just want to take the opportunity again to thank Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont for inviting myself and Councillor Guy to support with Hebburn Pride. I'll be delighted to steward for you next year, and I will pack my umbrella just in case. I think I'm not the only one in this chamber that was moved by the word cloud. It just highlights why events like Hebburn Pride are absolutely vital. I mean, I can't stress how much these events support LGBTQA plus people in our borough. I mean, I grew up in a rural community. I didn't see a pride flag until I was nearly 21, and that was a shocking experience. So just standing in that very rainy field that day, looking up and seeing it in the middle of the Hebburn town centre was really moving. And we've seen tonight, for some people, it's genuinely a lifesaver that we have these events. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of the people of West Park, to Peter, to the Out North East team for all the work you're doing. Please keep it up, and I'll support you in any way you can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Peter, for that, and thank you for the report, Councillor Dean. As anyone who's got a very close family member who's part of the LGBTQ plus community knows, sadly, South Tyneside isn't always a very safe place to live. And I would just like to congratulate everyone who contributed to any of the Pride events over the summer. It was a delight to be at Hebburn Pride and to be of support in that respect. And I think the more we can all come together on this, there's no sides in this. We all have to be supportive and just try to continue to change the views of the bigots and the unpleasantries that happen on our doorsteps, because it makes a huge difference. I'm so delighted that that trans woman came to you, Peter, and you actually managed to change her life, because that sort of thing needs to happen, and we all need to stand up and we all need to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Anybody who knows me and knows me well knows that I am a huge supporter of Pride events. I've championed for many, many years. We proudly fly the Pride flag every year here in South Tyneside. We are a very inclusive borough. And when Peter asked me about being involved as a councillor and mentioned about, you know, what he was planning to do, I said, absolutely, Peter. And what we have done in South Tyneside, we've supported the initiative that Peter has done regionally, but we actually champion it locally as well, massively. In August, we had visitors from various parts of the world that came to South Shields Town Hall. They went around the borough. They saw what we have. We've got an absolute fantastic town. We've got a fantastic coastline. We've got fantastic villages. But what they said to me really resonated. They said they felt very safe. They shared stories of their lives and where they live and how they have, you know, managed to share their experience. I think there might be some people who were actually at an event. So all I want to say is, Peter, thank you for helping us partner with yourselves. I definitely think by the feel of the room tonight, this is something that we want to continue, because it does make a difference. Those couple of little elements of, you know, showcase stories that you've mentioned, it has made a difference to people's lives. But the work that went on in Hebburn, and you talked about the Iona when we had a debrief, and about, you know, the experience, people open their doors. And for me, that is the communities all coming together as one inclusive area. So can I just say on behalf of the council, thank you so much. Continue this amazing work that you do. Continue and champion the cause. And we look forward to working with you moving forward for the next one. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Colleagues, council today is recommended to note the report and the update from Peter Durant, Chair of Out North East, and the content of the Out North East Pride Festival Report 2024. Is that noted? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is to consider a report of Professor Graham Wright, the Independent Chair of Standards Committee. I will ask Councillor Taylor, as the Cabinet Member on the Standards Committee, authorised to speak at Council on standards matters, to move the report, and invite Professor Wright to speak to his report. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, this is the fourth report of the Independent Chair Standards Committee, Professor Graham Wright, and covers a period of August 2023 to August 24. The report highlights the work of Standards Committee and how the committee has discharged its functions. Period.
That's the one that...
Observations of progress made and addresses issues which may still require attention. I welcome this report from the Independent Chair and would like to acknowledge my gratitude to Professor Wright for his dedicated contributions and commitment in leading and promoting the work of the Standards Committee. Reporting to full council in this way is intended to ensure there is a regular and constant approach to the reporting and concentration of standards of conduct by elected members, and to promote local ownership and collective responsibility by all elected members for ensuring high standards of conduct within our authority. Standards in public life have been under the spotlight for many years. More recently, we have agreed our support the Local Government Association Debate Not Hate campaign, recognising that debating and disagreeing with one another can be a healthy part of democracy, but abuse and intimidation crosses the line into a dangerous territory. At our next meeting in December, Standards Committee will also consider the recommendations from the Joe Cox Civil Commission No Place in Politics, Tackling Abuse and Intimidation, who have identified a range of practical recommendations across different sectors, including local government. A robust ethnical culture should be integral to the way we operate. Evidence shows that an ethnical culture does not emerge by accident. It requires action. To this end, the role of Standards Committee in promoting, maintaining and protecting standards of conduct within the council and being displayed at all council proceedings is so important. Doing things in the right way is crucial for public confidence in the bodies that operate on the public's behalf and supports the delivery of a good quality public services and outcomes for residents. I would urge members to remain mindful of the fundamental importance of high standards of conduct at all times, and ask all of us across the chamber to consider and reflect on our own standards of conduct and behaviour. For example, I wonder how many of us have completed the Code of Conduct training following May 2024 elections. Chair, while I am the Cabinet Member on Standards Committee with authority to speak on behalf of Standards Committee at meeting of the Borough Council, I would like to hand over to Professor Wright, who will speak to his report and be able to answer any questions members may have. Thank you, Professor Wright.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the invitation to speak to my report here tonight. I should preface my comments by saying it's 27 pages long, so I don't intend to go through it in any detail. It's in effectively 5 sections. The first 3 sections are what might be described as factual. So if you were to turn to page 1, for example, you'd find there an explanation as to who the Standards Committee membership are and have been in the previous committee. And it also explains what our remit is, what we do. From page 4, you'll find more facts on corporate complaints process. That is to say, complaints that come into the council regarding the quality of service are not dealt with by the Standards Committee, but they have a responsibility to make sure that the process, the ability to complain, is functioning appropriately and efficiently. The good news is, by the way, that the complaints in that corporate complaints section have been falling over the last 5 years, and although they're about stable this year, that also takes into account the transfer of some services which were not previously counted. So generally speaking, the services provided by this council, the number of complaints that we're getting is either falling or stable. I'll come back to more about that in a moment. The third set of facts are to be found from page 10. This concerns the code of conduct complaints, and you will find there in tables 1 and 2 numbers of complaints, the breaches, and other figures. I'll come back to it in more detail later in my talk, but if I just point out initially, since 2020, we've had 249 complaints concerning allegations of misconduct or failure to adhere to the council's code of conduct. 88% of those complaints have been closed. Again, I'll come back to that more later. On page 21 is the start of what might be described as a reporting of our attempts to raise standards within the borough. Not exactly a fact, so we're reporting what we've actually done, but how successful we're being might be more a matter of opinion. But we've had, for example, enhanced member training, and in particular, the induction process for new councillors. We've had improvements to the corporate complaints processing procedures. We've had changes to the code of conduct protocol. And then moving on to page 24, the 5th section of my report is my observations. And I stress my observations because although I'm the independent chair of the Standards Committee and we work together collegiately, this is my report and I write it alone and take responsibility for what it says. Therefore, what you get now is, to some extent, informed opinion, not fact, not report. So let me just come on to my observations. The first is about training. The induction training, as I mentioned, has been enhanced and very significantly enhanced over the period that I've been in office as independent chair. As a result, councillors report that their training has been effective and that they've been given a lot of assistance by officers and so on. Now that's important because not everyone knows the details of how the council operates. And therefore, it's important that we have training and guidance and really a direction as to where to get further information when needed, where to get support. That seems to be happening because the reports I get back from new councillors is that they're very comfortable with the induction process that they've had. Moving on to corporate complaints, they are still improving. But as far as the corporate complaints are concerned, we're not presently measuring the waiting times for complaints to be considered. Now that is something I know the council and officers are addressing, but clearly just to have your complaint dealt with is one thing. To have it dealt with tenuously is something better still. So there is work going on there. We are in need as well of getting more consistent data about compliments. Sometimes people forget that compliments, the green button when you're going through the airport to say you're happy with the way things went, is as important as saying there's a complaint. Because remember, the whole point about the complaints process isn't to give people a chance to let off steam, although it does that. It's actually to help guide us to improve the service. So that guidance can come from a complaint that tells us that things went wrong, or it can be from guidance from somebody who's written in to say, your team were absolutely excellent, and can I commend them, please? Now, at the moment, we don't have a consistent way of defining or collecting complementary data. So maybe that's something we need to be looking at. There's also an issue of when we have complaints, and you'll see on the pages and the tables that you've had in the report that the committee gets each quarter, the pattern of complaints over the quarter. And so we see that it varies, but there's I don't know, 1,100, 1,200 complaints in a year. Now, all of those complaints might be legitimate, some of them might not be, but the fact of the matter is that we need to look at them and address it. And maybe as council, we need to be asking, are the managers doing enough to follow up on the complaints? Now, our job in the Code of Conduct, in the Standards Committee, is to ask, is the process working? And it is working. We know it's working. But could it work better by having a new or a more appropriate means of tracking complaints and following up what happens as a consequence when people do complain? I'm aware that we have regular performance management reports to Cabinet, and there are other locations, but maybe the data that we get in the Standards Committee could benefit from a little bit further detailed analysis across the council. Well, that's my view, at least. And indeed, I think from the members of the committee as well. Moving on to page 25, my views on the Code of Conduct complaints. First thing I'd like to say is there are only 5 councillors, 7 cases, but 5 councillors who have been found to have breached the Code of Conduct in the period from January 2020. And around, as I said earlier, 88% of complaints have or are in the process have been withdrawn because of insufficient evidence, or they've been rejected by the monitoring officer, or there's been an informal resolution. However, complaints and complainers, when I look at the data which isn't publicly available, I find that there were 108 complaint events. I should perhaps explain that the complaint event is not the same as just a single complaint, because if a complaint comes in from 2 people or 3 people, that means that there are 3 people involved in the process, and I need to take that into account. So 108 complaint events made by councillors, not by public. This is 108 made by councillors. 59 of those complaints, 59 were made by just 2 councillors. And those complaints were made against just 4 councillors. The top 4 councillor complainers accounted for 43, 16, 7, and 6 complaints. From these data, we can see that it is in fact a small number of councillors who are responsible for making or receiving complaints. And as I said, only 5 have so far been found to have been in breach of the code. From this, we can genuinely be reassured that the vast majority of South Tyneside councillors are serving their community diligently, with hard work, and in a manner in which they and the borough can be proud. But it is also clear that the complaints process has been weaponised. Nevertheless, even though we recognise that it's sometimes been weaponised, even though we might find complaints coming in from a small number of councillors, we cannot ignore complaints, regardless of who makes them or who is the subject of the complaint. We have a statutory duty to have a complaints handling procedure in place. If a complaint is made and there is evidence of a breach of the code of conduct, then subject to certain criteria specified in the Constitution, it must be investigated if an informal resolution isn't possible. It must be. Let me say this, though. Some breaches of the code of conduct that have been found were serious breaches. You can read the reports, they're still available online. And I want to acknowledge the tenacity and the resilience of those who complained, who brought these matters to our attention. They needed to be, and they have been addressed. The complaints process has been serving its purpose in bringing to the council issues that are of great concern to us. Without the complainer, that might not have happened. But if our processes are to function appropriately and efficiently to deal with such serious cases when they arise, we must find a way to deal with the weaponization of complaints and what might be described as the minor disputes and breaches of the code. 240 plus complaints is too many. Finally, I want to report my growing concern on two developing matters. The first one being this: a tendency for those accused of breaching the code of conduct to blame officers for allowing them to breach the code of conduct. I'll just remind councillors that you are all individually responsible for adhering to the code of conduct. Officers may give you advice and assistance and guidance, but ultimately it is your responsibility to know the code and to follow it. Secondly, a second matter growing of concern is claims that the Constitution and/or the Code of Conduct are flawed, or worse, that they are being applied in a biased manner by biased officers or by biased standards committee. That undermines our whole process of democracy and of the rule of law. If the Constitution is wrong, change it. If officers or anyone else is behaving badly, deal with it. But it doesn't act as an excuse for breaching the code of conduct. I can't fix these things. The Standards Committee might be able to. But you can fix them. You, the councillors of South Tyneside, individually through your personal behaviour, your adherence to the Constitution, and reviewing any inclination you might have to make unnecessary complaints. You can also change them collectively as a council by reviewing the Constitution and protocols of this council and in your interactions with others on committees. And thirdly, you can fix things by your party or your group through your collective decisions on how to handle disagreements with the policies or behaviours of those in opposite parties or groups. And finally, I appeal to you to disagree agreeably. Thank you for the invitation to speak.
Thank you, Professor Wright. Is that report seconded, please? Seconded, Madam. Thank you. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to thank members of the Standards Committee and, of course, the chair of the Standards Committee as well. Some aspects of the report, and I'm focusing particularly on part C and D, make for depressing reading. and something's clearly going very wrong in how we are behaving and how we're responding to each other's behaviour. And as you say, since January 2020, there have been 249 complaints about councillor conduct. And it's important to note that complaints have been upheld against members from both sides of the chamber. But looking at this year alone, the numbers are striking, especially when they're compared to our regional neighbours. And I believe this information is accurate, but I understand that in Newcastle this year, there have been 10 complaints. In North Tyneside, 3. In Durham, 2, despite Durham having more than twice as many councillors as us. And in Sunderland and Gateshead, none. But here in South Tyneside, one of the smaller councils in the region, we've already reached 27 complaints this year. And that's a serious issue because I believe that most residents' lives would improve if we spent more time and resources working together to make South Tyneside better and less time on personal attacks and the subsequent complaints. And as Professor Wright says, it is possible to disagree agreeably. This isn't about silencing anyone or ignoring genuine concerns, and you have paid tribute to those that raise, and correctly, through the complaints procedure, raise serious concerns that are then investigated. So it's not about that. It's about saying what needs to be said in a respectful and constructive way. And when things go wrong, seeking to address that through the proper channels. In my opinion, we need to criticise arguments, not individuals, and question behaviour rather than attacking the people behind that behaviour. And it does mention in the report as well that reasonable opposition is sometimes met with defensiveness or passive-aggressive responses. And I think that's also not acceptable and not in the best interests of the residents we serve. So what needs to happen? First of all, we need to all commit to behaving better. It's perfectly possible to challenge others without running the risk of breaching the code of conduct. And secondly, we might need to consider whether the threshold for complaints should be raised in order to focus on serious issues rather than minor disputes and disagreements. The current situation is unsustainable. Dealing with these councillor complaints is costing an estimated 100 hours a month. That's more than 2 full working weeks for a full-time member of staff. That's time and money that could and should be spent on serving our residents. We don't have to like everybody in the chamber, but we do have a duty to work together with one another to represent the people that we're here to serve. As I said, it's depressing reading, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's down to us as councillors to fix this problem. Nobody else can do it. We must commit to putting personal differences aside and working in the best interests of residents. And that also means having the courage to challenge inappropriate behaviour, even when it comes from members of our own political groups. This morning, I was reminded of an old quote, which I love, that your job is to cross the swamp. It's not to fight all of the alligators. And I'm not suggesting that anyone in this room is an alligator, but what I'm trying to do is remind us of the reasons why we are all here, the reasons that motivate us to get in the, stand for election and get into this role that we all are honoured to have. And that's because I believe that everybody in this room is here because they want to make a positive difference to the borough and improve people's lives and improve the area. So let's commit to raising our standards so we can spend less time and resources addressing those complaints and more time improving South Tyneside together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, you know you've got the power to give someone more than 3 minutes. Can I request that just in case I need it? I might not need it. Just in case.
We'll stick to 3 minutes, Councillor, but if it needs a little longer.
I get you. We're doing well tonight, Mayor. Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report. It makes shocking reading for lots of reasons. And them figures that David's just quoted from other councils, that's a red flag for everybody. Whether it's the supposed wrongdoers, the ones that's been to Standards Committee, the complainers. Either way, this council looks unbelievable compared to them numbers he's just read out there. So in the chair's report, there's some unbelievable comments to me as an elected member. First one, a total of 108 complaint events were made by 2 councillors. And of these, more than half, 59, were made by just 2 councillors. 2 councillors have made 59 complaints. Why would any officer remotely accept 59 complaints from 2 councillors, whether they were independent or Labour? What the hell we're doing with this money? Right? Next one. 4 of the top 5 complainers were responsible for 43, 16, 7 and 6 complaints. And a member of the public submitted 6 complaints. 43 complaints. This council has always had a procedure for serial complainants to either be blocked, refused, etc. Myself, my emails have been council emails have been diverted for 2 years because I'm intimidating and I'm bullying. So they've took action against me. How can we justify giving someone this rosette? 4 of the 5 top complainers, 43 complaints, 1 person's put in. How can we do that with this public money? Next one. Over the 4-year period, complaints were made against 53 individual councillors, but over half the complaints, 133, were made against just 6 councillors. Next one. The 6 councillors with the highest number of complaints against them received 30, 29, 28, 18, 15, 13. We've just heard what the other councils have got. Obviously, our threshold is down on the floor for accepting these £10,000 and £20,000 complaints. It's got to be on the floor. John Robertson said this on Facebook. Great, that's it. We'll spend 10,000 on that. So what you get is this council has got a criteria for the monitoring officer and the legal department to go and look at before they accept a complaint. On the number of complaints that we've got, they're clearly not going by these 3 that I'm going to read out. Is the complaint about something which happened so long ago, there would be little benefit in taking action now? I'm going to Standards Committee for complaints that were lodged in March 2020, 4 years ago. It still hasn't got to the first hurdle yet, but we're going to spend 10 or 20,000 on it. The next criteria. Does the complaint appear too trivial to justify the cost of the inconvenience of further action?
Councillor, can you start and wind up, please?
I've had 2 minutes, you have.
You've had 3 minutes. Yes.
The final one, which is the most crucial one,
Yeah.
right? Does the complaint appear to be simply malicious, politically motivated, or tit for tat? Now, my final comment, and I thank you, Mayor, I would like to ask the Chair of the Audit Committee and the Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to do a deep dive into the complaints that say they're gone to the private solicitors or that we're spending money on now, and they cross-reference to see if this criteria is being properly looked at, because our threshold is on the bottom and there's literally hundreds of thousands of pounds channeling its way to solicitors. It's crazy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Roberts? Oh, sorry, right. Oh, sorry, it was Councillor Brown, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you also, Professor Wright, for your report. I'd like to be associated with the comments of Councillor Francis and his delivery. And also Councillor Robertson, because when we look at the standard kind of content, with Councillor Robertson, he speaks directly and with his passion. Nevertheless, I'm not specifically in a party. I lead a charmed life. I'm not occupying a unique position. What I know about standards, I can put into an egg cup. But I spent 5 years on the Nurses Council and Professional Conduct Committee and 13 years as a magistrate. But I don't privilege that over anybody else's opinion. I would agree entirely, Professor Wright, that we need to try and disagree agreeably. And always, 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 no matter what your politics and background, the legacy of Joe Cox, there is more that unites than divides us. There really is. There really is. The public are looking on. We look to efficiency and effectiveness. We look at the costs in these still cash-strapped times. I look at the human cost. And I say that in a weird manner, because before I was elected, I came here and I heard something. And I don't want our officers to ever have to feel that they're going to be physically sick before a meeting. So I asked Professor Wright, and then I'll sit down. As somebody who's yet to catch up with yourself, I would like to know where our responsibilities as elected members start and end, and cooperatively interface with officers that cannot speak at times but are drawn into that void. And I said this last month, an absolutely invidious position. So I simply say this. Under the Health and Safety at Work Act, do we have, as elected members, any sapiential authority, any vicarious liability? Maybe we don't. Maybe I'm speaking above where we stand. But that, for me, needs to be rapidly clarified, just as best practice, or to stop good people who stand up for their communities being tripped up with repeated complaints. Some might be valid, but many might not be. And the cost to the council. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you,
Madam
Councillor.
Mayor.
Councillor Guy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was just to thank Professor Wright and the committee for the report. It's greatly appreciated. I and my rest of my committee on audit has become aware that it is a grave issue for this council. It is impacting other services. And I would ask all members to be very aware of that. This isn't a siloed system that is being affected. It is impacting everything across the council at this stage. And we are concerned. I would just like to respond, if it's all right, if we could defer that response for your request. I don't know if that's within our scope or not. I need to double check that. But I think we are aware of the amount of complaints. We're aware of these reports because obviously they come to council, and I think the committee is looking into having its own report from the relevant director in terms of doing a deep dive into what is going on. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kilgour?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak on this, but I will. I'd like to thank Professor Wright for the delivery of his report, and also the members on the Standards Committee, both past and present. I think the penalties, as most of us would agree, that are formed as part of a guilty finding in standards are absolutely insufficient, and they are not comparable with the offence that is found. And I call it offence, but I mean offence by way of the Constitution. The law, and we're going to hear a little bit about that later on, the law is insufficient at present to protect elected members and officers in this situation. I would question certainly want to see a review of the Constitution with regards to the membership of Standards Committee as well, and the qualification for being a Standards Committee member. The cost of complaints, I absolutely acknowledge. But I think, as already been said, the cost of those complaints is insignificant in the cost to people who are abused and harassed by members who have been found to be guilty of those charges, if you like. And again, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the committee that sat at the time on the 19th of February 2021, because it didn't only lead to the finding of that committee, it actually led also or supported a criminal conviction of that very nature. So it actually was extremely helpful and extremely valid. And the cost that was attributed to that hearing alone, and I can only speak because it involved me, was unquantifiable in my opinion. And I'd just like to express my sincere thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies?
Thank you, Professor Wright, for moving the report, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. I am here because of the standards in this place, of both sides of this house. The failure to get the house in order when standards were out of line across the leadership. I took this decision to represent people in South Tyneside for exactly that reason that Councillor Francis said. I'm crossing the swamp. We aren't here to go at the alligators. We're all here trying to cross the swamp. But we don't let those standards slip. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Colleagues, do members note the report?
Madam Mayor, just one comment, actually, just following on from Councillor Robertson with regard to his comment about the complaints that come in. Officers have an obligation. It's not that they come in and they can just say no, they have, if they receive a complaint, officers have an obligation and it must be looked upon. It can't just be swept aside. So there's an abundance, which you've just touched upon there, a horrific amount, but officers have an obligation to actually review each complaint that comes in. And as we know, it's already been mentioned by Councillor Francis, the time it actually takes to actually look at complaints. And Councillor Davies, I really don't understand what you were referring to in your statement there, but we can maybe have a conversation afterwards, if that's okay, so I understand what you are meaning with your statement, Councillor Davies.
Yes, ask your question.
Thank you very much. Tracy, of course, I understand there's nobody knows the standards procedure more than me, or the constitution type of thing, and the disciplinary things. I understand every complaint that comes in the door has got to be looked at, but then it's got to get over its little hurdles and big hurdles. And myself, and lately, Councillor Kennedy, if we put a complaint in, it doesn't get over the first little hurdle, no matter what the evidence is. This is what we're getting at. But when the serial complainers with our 49 complaints are allowed to put complaint after complaint in, and this is why we need the deep dive by the overview and scrutiny and audit, because you'll see how the serial complainers are the people that's throwing the big boulders and hiding in their greenhouses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do members note the report? Thank you. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Governance and Corporate Affairs regarding Armed Forces Covenant Annual Update. I will ask Councillor Paul Dean, lead member for the Voluntary Sector Partnership and Equalities, to move the report. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, this report is presented to Council today as an information report, as required by the Council Constitution. I'm incredibly proud to have the role as this Council's Armed Forces champion. It's non-political role and one that I strive to work hard to represent for this Council as a whole. We've recently had November Remembrance Services across the Borough, and I applaud all members from across the chamber who took the time to join with communities to reflect on those brave men and women who have served our country past and present. I wish to also thank the officer teams who support the community events and give their time on Remembrance Sunday. It is really appreciated. These events are a true part of what makes our South Tyneside community so special. These events couldn't go ahead without the support of our wider community from a range of backgrounds and faiths. This includes the work of our armed forces organisations, community associations, faith organisations, as well as our amazing cadet forces. I truly believe that South Tyneside rivals most other parts of the country for the scale of remembrance services, with 10 formal services taking place right across the borough and many more community events too. This year, the Armed Forces Forum, which I chair, set ourselves a challenge to think about how we could use remembrance as a way to share information with the public about the support offered to veterans and serving armed forces personnel. We have produced a leaflet that we ask people to pass on to veterans so they can find out about help in South Tyneside. We have highlighted the fantastic support from a range of voluntary sector organisations too. We couldn't include every organisation that helps veterans on the leaflet, but the council has a dedicated web page with more information about other organisations offering support. I'm not going to draw members' attention to various activities outlined in the report, of which there are many. However, I will note that, as in previous years, we have gone from strength to strength in supporting our armed forces communities. One highlight that I would like to note is our clear commitment to supporting those who have served in the Merchant Navy. The Merchant Navy are sometimes overlooked when considering the deployment of armed forces. We recognise them in our fantastic D-Day commemorations with a small flotilla off Littlehaven Beach. The Merchant Navy played a key role 80 years ago, as they do now, in transporting supplies and personnel today. As a council, we have a long-standing record of celebrating our communities, saying thank you, and placing on record for future generations the contribution of those who have committed their time. It is incredibly important. I ask members to note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Is it seconded, please? Thank you. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dean. I was honoured to take part in the Remembrance Sunday events in East Bolden. Was very moved by the turnout, both of people in the parade and the pipe band, but also the number of residents that came out and participated. And it was wonderful to see people of all generations there, and to meet someone who was a veteran, a very elderly gentleman, and it was really an honour. I also went, I'm really pleased that you raise, and is in the report, about the role of the Merchant Navy being really recognised and celebrated and marked, because I also went to the Merchant Navy commemoration on the Monday, on November the 11th, which was really moving. My husband's uncle served in the Merchant Navy all through World War II on the Atlantic convoys, and went through hell and ended up in a very sad situation, died penniless in New Zealand trying to make a new life. So there's a really, there's a huge impact on people's lives still, people that have been lost, people that have served in that service. And what was wonderful about that event was the role of the mission to seamen still is still there, and it's vital. As you say, the Merchant Navy still is an essential service for us all. And that there were school children there as part from several of the local schools, which I think is part of the education and the involvement of future generations in knowing, in remembering, because lest we forget. We must never forget the service in the past, and work for peace and peacemaking around the world now. So thank you so much for your report.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hear what Councillor Ford said and eloquently stated about the Merchant Marine and the losses. I think our town was as comparable to Fleetwood losses in the war, merchant seamen. I know my late mum in a mayoral year laid a wreath at the memorial down at the Customs House. Madam Mayor, I humbly ask, and I would hope to be all party support. that the council going forward can include also the miners. And I say that in all good faith. I'm from a mining family who also were in the Royal Navy during the war. Just as an individual, I was moved to lay a wreath at Westall Cenotaph last year, and again this year, on behalf of the mining communities of South Tyneside, South Shields. I would be very grateful if the council would give consideration for inclusion. And I say that because in the two world wars, a lot of miners went into PALS regiments throughout the country, but also in South Tyneside. My granddad was in the Royal Artillery. When it was over, he went back to work at Harton Colliery. He's delighted to be back, and apart from the 26th strike, he loved working every day at Harton Pit. My dad was in the Navy during the war, torpedoed twice. He came back, released early, to go and work back at Harton for the peace to be won, because they had to get the coal going again. My gran, and I'll end on this, lived in Harton Village and worked in the munitions factory at Armstrong's. And 5 days before the armistice, there was an explosion up there and 4 women were killed. So I think when you look at the history and all the regiments that were served and the Bevan boys who backfilled those posts, it's a simple and humble request for all party support and for the council going forward next year to include the miners in the memorial services. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was also proud to attend Cleedon Memorial, better attending what it has been in many years. And it was really nice to see so many people there, both young and old, remembering the things that's gone on in the past. We also had a wreath laid on Temple Memorial Park for the memorial that's on there as well, which again is part of the recognition of Tyneside's recognition of what they did during the war. I would ask one little thing, or one little favour, whoever I can do it, please put a better microphone down in Cleedon so we can actually hear what's going on. It was extremely quiet, we couldn't hear everything. But I do thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Dean, for that report. I was also very proud to be part of 2 of the Remembrance Sunday occasions, the parade from here up to Westall Cenotaph, where I'm also proud that we managed to get the 2 flagpoles installed prior to the Remembrance Day parade and to raise those 2 flags prior to the occasion, which was a real privilege. And also the commemoration the following day at Harton Cemetery, which was I think we're going to talk about it later, and that was a very moving event, and I was again privileged to attend. So I really support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else? No. Colleagues, councillor asked to note progress and the continued high standard of work to support armed forces as accredited by the Ministry of Defence in their highest conferral of gold awards, which we hold as a councillor, and that is something that I personally am very, very proud of. Is that noted? Thank you. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Children's Services regarding school attendance, regulations and statutory guidance 2024. I will ask Councillor Liz McHugh, Lead Member for Children's Social Care, Education and Skills, to move the report. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The report is here tonight to update the Council on the revised school attendance regulations and statutory guidance which have come into effect on the 19th of August 2024. The guidance applies to all schools, academies and local authorities and also includes a revised code of conduct for dealing with fixed term penalty notices for unauthorised absences. Council is asked to agree the revisions to the South Tyneside Council's attendance policy and code of conduct for issuing fixed term penalty notices for non-attendance in line with the new regulations. I am sure that everybody here will agree the importance of attending school is essential for the overall health, well-being and good educational outcomes for life chances. There's overwhelming evidence the reverse of this. Poor attendance in school is linked to poorer outcomes for the children and young people, including an increased likelihood of suspensions, exclusions, and poor attainment. School attendance was impacted significantly locally and nationally following the pandemic and is still not back to the pre-pandemic levels. The Department of Education is leading a national drive to improve the attendance and to make everyone's business. The new statutory guidance is part of this and focuses on a support-first approach, an approach which recognises and collaboration needed between schools, academies, local authorities and families. The statutory guidance sets out the requirement for a revised code of conduct for issuing the fixed term penalty notices of unauthorised absences, which is paragraph 7 to 11 in the report set out. The reasons for the revised code of conduct, which will be standardised and currently inconsistent application of fines nationally, and which will set out a new increased national rate. The first rate penalty notice will be £160 per parent per child, with a reduced payment of £80 per parent if paid within 21 days. Currently, this is £120 is reduced to £60. The second fixed penalty notice within the 3-year period will be changed to, at a fixed rate of £160. A third will result in a non-attendance being referred to the Magistrates Court under Section 444 of the Educational Act. It is important to note that the referrals for fixed penalty notices are sent to the Council by schools, and only then is the last resort after every other avenue working with the child and the family is exhausted. The vast majority of referrals are made and fines are issued where families take holiday during term time. I'm sure you would all agree we cannot condone this as the new code of conduct put in place to increase fines for this and escalate the court proceedings more quickly. However, we do recognise that the current practice of fining both parents for the unauthorised absence is sometimes unfair, where parents are divorced or separated or living apart. We are working with the Department of Education to get this reviewed. Council is asked to agree the recommendations set out at 25 of your report, which have been put in place as a result of the change to school attendance regulations and statutory guidance, and which will support our drive for improved attendance for the borough's children and young people. Thank you, Madam
Councillor. Is that seconded? Thank you. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McHugh. So this is really is welcome in the sense that it's important. It is a really important issue. Obviously, school attendance has been a national concern, particularly during and since COVID, but for a long period before that. I did actually, before becoming a councillor, work on the front line in a primary school office for 19 years as part of the school's efforts to support parents and carers to improve attendance, and very much working to find ways to overcome barriers and problems, signpost parents to support. And there were, when I started 20 years ago, resources then, like homeschool liaison officers that were funded by central government, as well as a much more well-resourced and staffed education welfare officer service. Now, since then, and with the last 2 or 3 governments, cuts to local authority funding, there have been significantly fewer resources and staff supporting schools. Schools have tried their best to find resources. I know a group of 3 schools, including the one I was working at, had to found resources within their limited but strained budgets for a family workers shared between the group of 3 schools. And that was really adding in the support that is needed. I think it is welcome in the report that that in paragraph 15, it is recognised that statutory enforcement is only a tiny part of this work, that it's really about the school support first. It's a much broader role, but it needs resources and it needs a clear strategy. And we've had reports to the Educational Skills Scrutiny Committee already, and we'll definitely be following up. I see Councillor Proudlot nodding, because this is, you know, we've heard about the impact since COVID, and it's not the unauthorised attendance that penalty notices are supposed to be dealing with. It's about the emotionally based school avoidance. There are all sorts of issues that have come since COVID have exacerbated that. But this report is about nationally imposed changes to the fines, the penalty notices, which it very much appreciates, welcome that there's still discretion, and particularly on the case that you've referred to about where parents are separated.
Councillor, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Because really this is a sledgehammer to crack a nut in terms of unauthorised absence. There's no proof that these penalties have worked anyway. The statistics that governments have put out have been fudged and spun, and really, you know, just appallingly. And so it's meant that these penalties and increasing penalties has penalised those working on low incomes. It's penalised those with families in other parts of this country that want to go and see them. Those with families in other parts of the world, be it Bangladesh, be it Eastern Europe, be it wherever. It has a disproportionate impact on parents and carers with families on low incomes, as I say, that those with higher incomes can simply pay the fines. And even if they're increased, and I see that in the 3rd year, it will be no fine, it will be straight into the magistrate's court. But I think that the issue is that schools should have discretion about allowing and working with parents about when the best time to take leave of absence is, to avoid the critical times like start of school term. So I think there's a lot of work to go on this, and it's welcome that the council is focusing on this and getting the message out that this is what is now in place from central government. But I hope there's improvements to the approach of central government that this council will feed into as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. In the report, at paragraph 16, it says income from fines may only be used by local authorities to improve good attendance and to work with families and schools to ensure this. Any funding not used for this purpose must be returned to the Secretary of State. In 2023-24, the income from the fixed penalty notices in South Tyneside was £110,000, yeah, which was used entirely to support and maximise school attendance. 110,000. Can full council have a written explanation of what way that 110,000 was spent, rather than a quick verbal one now? Because it's a lot of money. If it was 10,000, 20,000, 110, right?
Madam Mayor, can I come in?
Can I finish, please?
Yes. The councillor will answer your question, councillor.
You're right, Councillor Robertson.
You finished, sorry, okay. Yes, continue on, councillor Robertson.
And then there's a councillor before there about the parents that are separated on different parts of the country and what have you. On page 83, it goes into detail about that, where, you know, it's been an acrimonious split, and one parent keeps the bail off, or the other parent keeps the bail off, that parent gets the fine,
yeah,
and it wasn't their fault. What has the council done? And I've asked this question before about bankruptcy and what have you. I'm asking for a written response.
right.
What's the legal action that's been done to parents for these fixed penalties? How many have been taken to court? What was the result of court? And have we sent any bailiffs after them for money? 3 things that I'd like an answer for. And I did ask that on other subjects before.
Right.
I said it pretty clearly tonight, the things that I'd like an answer for.
Thank you, councillor. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Right. Councillor, We'll answer your question when everyone's spoken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this this report. Very much appreciated. I was actually I was an education welfare officer for 10 years, school board lady, as they used to call it. When I first started, it was purely about support. We hardly ever took anyone to court as far and fined them. That's not what it was about. By the end of my 10 years, that sort of emphasis came in much more. But we virtually built the welfare service up to be a multi-agency service. And then when cuts happened, that service went. And totally agree that it really depends on so many circumstances as to whether you can get your child to go to school. And I really hope that one day, because I think the pressure on schools to do this is too great, you need to be out knocking on doors. The only way you know about how families are living is to actually knock on doors. And the only way I think we'll get to grips with this is to reintroduce a education welfare service for people who full-time do that job. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor.
Thank you for the report. I've got two things really. I very much appreciate the fact that it does have a part that says to you it's important to be particularly mindful of people who are absent from school due to mental or physical ill health, as outlined in section 54 onwards. I have many residents who come to me because they are struggling to get financial support for SEND, even though they strongly feel as if their child should be eligible for it. And there are some circumstances in which I hear those arguments and I sometimes meet the family, and I could only agree. I was a teacher for many years myself, and I think we obviously struggle for funding with SEND. It's a big problem in the entire country. And I think that does have some contribution because a lot of children do feel anxious about coming to school and don't get the support they need once they're there. The other point I have is obviously I'm mindful of the fact that there is a motion today about the White Ribbon campaign, which was the 25th of November. And I'm just also very mindful of the fact that sometimes when these fines are doled out to families that are already struggling with either relationships within the family, or they are perhaps women who are suffering from domestic abuse and perhaps controlling behaviour from a partner, then to dole out a fine of £160 to them, where they may be struggling financially as well, does seem, as Councillor Ginn said, like a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And it would be useful to know if there are more flexible ways of managing those families to keep both children and the parents safe.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor, would you like to reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Robertson. I will get that in writing for you. But what I would like to say is that, yes, the money does go back, and it actually employs a team to work with these families to support the young people and the children mentally, physically. And you're right about what you're saying about the SEN, Councillor, but the Labour government now are revamping all of that because it basically wasn't fit for purpose from the Conservatives. So that is getting looked at from central government, but I will get yours in writing as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, colleagues, Council is recommended to note the school attendance regulations and statutory guidance 2024 and their implications for improving attendance in South Tyneside. Is that noted? Thank you. Council is also asked to agree the revisions to South Tyneside Council's attendance policy and code of conduct for issuing fixed penalty notices for non-attendance in line with the new regulations. Is that agreed? Thank you. Council is also recommended to work with the Department for Education in its review of the regulations, as these relate to parental liability for fixed penalty notices if it can be evidenced that one parent did not agree to the absence. Is that agreed? Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Place Strategy regarding the residential property acquisition policy. I will ask Councillor Jim Foreman, Lead Member for Housing and Community Safety, to move the report. Councillor Foreman.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this report seeks the approval of Council to approve the new residential property acquisition policy. The policy will assist in managing expectations and ensuring a consistent approach to these purchases. The policy sets out the situation by which the local authority will consider purchase of residential accommodation, maximising the funding that is available from a number of different capital sources, namely Section 106 contributions from private developers, right to buy receipts from council houses sold under the scheme, and other specific government grant programmes. The policy looks to ensure we achieve value for money of these income sources, whilst balancing our housing market and addressing the housing needs of the borough. The levels of council housing in the borough have declined significantly over recent years, and this allows to readdress the balance, albeit in a very small way.
Right, thank you. Continue, Councillor.
Thank you. As we know, the government have made a commitment to comprehensively review the right to buy policy following the autumn statement changes announced last month. This is likely to slow down the loss of council housing, but will result in lower levels of capital receipts. These changes may result in the need for the policy to be reviewed and/or amended in the future. This new policy sets out how we will engage with wider council departments, including children's services and adult social care, to ensure any adapted or specialist accommodation that may meet specific needs of our residents, ensure better outcomes for those families needing. Council are recommended to approve the policy and ensure we have a transparent and defensible policy in this area. Move the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that seconded? Thank you. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Foreman, for the report. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank one of the officers who was critical in developing this policy, Anna Milner, for her work with the Housing and Environment Scrutiny Committee. She came to us last month, and it was brilliant for her to take the time and also take on some of our suggestions on how this policy is going to be implemented. I just want to take the opportunity to personally say I'm looking forward to hearing about the performance of this policy, particularly how we're going to deliver some more environmentally sustainable and more energy performance orientated properties for our residents going forward. So yeah, I look forward to hearing about how this property is implemented in the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I couldn't believe it when I seen this report in here. I honestly thought it was a joke, right? Now, it's saying that down the lines of officers can purchase properties that were right to buy, etc., any property, give or take, if they think it's suitable for residential. This council has just allowed in the last 12, 18 months, 436 housing ventures properties to be transferred to Carbon Homes. We were desperate for them properties. So they've gone now. We could have brought them back in house and the rent off them would have paid the 38 million loan. Now, separate to that, about a year ago, I got a phone call of a resident saying, John, do you know that the council's selling council houses in Cleedon? And they told us the street in West Drive. And me and Paul Milburn drove over straight away. And there I sees 2 Andrew Craig signs in the garden across the road from each other. I knocked on the 2 neighbours and I said, what's the crack with the houses? How long have they been empty? 3 year and 4 year. I then went on Andrew Craig's website and I seen they were up for, say, 140,000. I then emailed the Section 151 officer and I said, why are we selling houses in a beautiful area of Cleedon when we're desperate for housing stock? And what I was told in an email was the government was going to introduce legislation that councils could sell properties in upmarket areas or sought after areas rather than lost money on them getting sold right to buy. Now, them 2 beautiful houses on a beautiful street went for 140,000. We're now saying, can we let officers play Monopoly and go out and buy properties? My final comment, Madam Mayor, this council bought a massive property on Beach Road to convert it, right? It wasn't until they bought it and they started doing things to it that it was found the foundations were no good. The whole property had to be demolished and rebuilt, but it didn't matter because we've got a blank checkbook. So why did we let the 436 houses go when the Overview and Scrutiny Committee minutes confirm if the housing ventures houses go anywhere, we should bring them back in-house? Them are in the minutes, Madam Mayor. But no, Mr. Corbyn's got them houses now, and we are now going to let the officers play Monopoly with a blank checkbook. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick one. If the council's got all this money to go and buy houses, why can't we use some of that money on repairing houses and helping disabled and elderly people get little bits and pieces done in the house? But people are telling them they can't do it, and people have lived there for 40-odd years and have got to suffer at the minute. If we've got the money there, why aren't we helping residents at all at the same time? Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else? Colleagues, council is recommended to adopt the policy as attached and outlined in the report and authorise its publication. Is that agreed? Right. Take vote.
Yes, it would be a short time. Five people to support whether.
We need 5 people to support you, councillor. Yes. Yeah. Yes, please, if you would.
Elected members, I'll read each of your names alphabetically and would ask if you can please indicate clearly whether you are for, against or abstaining from this part of the vote. Councillor Barclay?
For.
Councillor Brennan?
Against.
Councillor Brown? For. Councillor Carter?
For.
Councillor Clare? For. Councillor Coombs?
Against.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Dawes? For. Councillor Petty Dean?
For.
Councillor Esteen?
For.
Councillor Dixon? For. Councillor Ellison? For. Councillor Foggan?
Against.
Councillor Ford?
For.
Councillor Foreman?
For.
Councillor Francis?
For.
Councillor Gibson?
For.
Councillor Guy?
Against.
Councillor Ginn?
For.
Councillor Hamilton?
Against.
Councillor Harrison?
Against.
Councillor Herbert? Councillor Keegan?
For.
Councillor Kennedy?
Against.
Councillor Kilgour? Councillor Lamont?
For.
Councillor Leask? Councillor K. Maxwell?
For.
Councillor N. Maxwell?
For.
Councillor McCabe?
For.
Councillor McHugh? Councillor McKeown?
For.
Councillor Melling? Councillor Myers, sorry, I get it wrong.
Against.
Against. Councillor Oliver?
Against.
Councillor Owens Palmer? Sorry. Councillor Porthouse?
For.
Councillor Potts?
For.
Councillor Proudlock? For. Councillor K. Roberts?
Against.
Councillor Robertson?
Against.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Stonehouse?
For.
Councillor Strike? For. Councillor J. Taylor?
For.
Councillor Traynor? Councillor Welsh? For. Councillor Wood?
Against.
Councillor Yeh?
For.
Councillor, please.
That element of the vote is agreed, 36 votes for, 12 against.
Colleagues, that part of the report is agreed, 36 for, 12 against. The second part of the report it is recommended that a monitoring tool is developed to enable the regular reporting of purchases through the Housing and Environment Scrutiny Committee. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Place Strategy regarding Sustainable South Tyneside Annual Update 2024. I will ask Councillor Ernest Gibson, Lead Member for Neighbourhoods and Climate Change, to move the report. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the report provides an annual update of Sustainable South Tyneside Strategy. In July 2019, South Tyneside Council took the bold steps to show leadership and declare a climate emergency. And follow the motion of the Borough, we set an ambitious target to develop a strategy. Since then, we have been working towards our targets. We have made a strong start by achieving our first interim target, reducing carbon emissions by 25% in 2023. We are leading the way on behaviour and change throughout the council and across the borough, and developing a toolkit for schools and businesses to deliver carbon literacy training for our elected members and officers. We have improved street lighting, upgraded our fleet, installed solar panels, and modernised our council buildings across the borough. In addition, we have provided our residents with a new energy-efficient social housing delivered heat network, which provides low-cost carbon heat to buildings across Jarrow and Hebburn. We have been recently recognised for the Viking Energy Centre, which was the first of its kind in the UK, but from APSI and RICS, Association of Public Sector of Excellence Institute of Chartered Surveyors. The development of our energy centre not only provides clean heat, but education and inspires the next generation of a bright future. But even with a positive works, global and national factors mean we are at risk of not achieving our 2030 climate ambition. We have acted upon opportunities that have been presented to ourselves, but affected external factors have been greater impact and cost of employment, alternative technologies. The advancement of these low carbon technologies infrastructure has been slow to come to the fruition. Last year, our operational emissions increased slightly, which shows a huge task at hand. But we are not unique. The challenges of all local authorities face the same challenge. We remain committed to tackle climate change and strive towards carbon neutral, which will our achievements be continued by bold leadership and action. We will unlock opportunities to drive decarbonisation. We will host a climate summit next year, engage with residents, businesses, regional partners, and refresh our Sustainable South Tyneside strategy, using their input to update our plan forward for the future. We will undertake decarbonisation pathways, including local area plans, which is one of UK 100's recommendations, as well as consider our approach to Scope 3 emissions, which will be very bold. The month at COP29, countries from around the world came together to address climate change issues and set targets to ensure greenhouse gases are rapidly reduced. And nationally, the UK government has announced its targets to reduce greenhouse gases by 81% by 2035. Therefore, the need of ambitious leadership is greater than ever. We recently welcomed the representative from the Government Department of Energy and Security of Net Zero, and we will continue to collaborate with government as well as the North East Combined Authorities and other partners like UK 100 develop a regional strategy. We will also align our local ambitions and strategies with the direct travel of global, nationally and regional to take advantage of future opportunities to strive to meet our borough's net zero by 2045. We will set up a cross-party task and finish group which will enable us to discuss our next steps to engage with stakeholders across the borough so that we can shape our carbon future. We will also enhance the efforts to educate and inspire our residents to take action. And we would like to encourage all elected members to enrol on the carbon literacy training provided at the council. Together, we can tackle climate change. The council has shown leadership and ambition in the face of climate. We will have delivered ambitious low carbon projects like Viking Energy, committed to going even further, working with members and partners in business to deliver our vision of the borough. Madam Mayor, I ask for your note to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Is that seconded? Thank you. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Brown? Councillor Francis?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it should come as no surprise that this is a subject close to my heart. I'm really proud that it was the Green councillors on this council that brought a motion to council, calling on council to declare a climate emergency in 2019, and also called on council to declare an ecological emergency. And I'm proud that one of my colleagues, Sue Stonehouse, was responsible for asking the council to sign up to the UK 100 pledge. The things I would like to draw attention to in the report have been touched on already. Paragraph 12 or section 12 says that the first interim target was achieved in April 2023 with a reduction from the baseline of 30%, which is fantastic, and it was a great start. But it goes on to say in section 13 that our operational emissions increased in 2022 and 2023 to 2023-24, an increase of 241 tonnes. So not only have we failed to reduce our emissions, we've actually gone in the wrong direction. Over the page, section 17 goes on to talk about the barriers and some of the reasons for this. It said the barriers include the complex and competitive funding landscape and the cost of low carbon technologies. And then in section 26, it says it's important that the council explores all funding opportunities to support this area of work, maximising delivery opportunities and to support carbon neutrality. And I agree 100% with that. That's why in July this year, I proposed a motion to this council calling on them to lobby government on a local approach to net zero. I asked for the council to lobby the government and empower councils to deliver local decarbonisation and for council leaders to work together within a local net zero delivery unit, enabling councils, the local private sector and communities to accelerate delivery of local green transition, transforming the funding and regulatory landscape. I also asked for the council to call on all UK parliamentary parties to commit to giving local authorities the statutory duties, powers and funding to enable a net zero transition. Those two things that I proposed were removed from the motion by vote by the leading group. We said no to the things that we know we need to do in order to actually fix the problem. And it was proposed and agreed that in place of those things, the things that we actually need, what we did was ask the leader of the council to write to the Secretary of State to celebrate everything we've done in the field. At that time, in that meeting, that was described as embarrassing. Now it's not only embarrassing, it's shameful. Voting against the exact thing we know we need while congratulating themselves for abject failure. So, 3 simple questions. Number 1, what has gone wrong? Number 2, what is now in place to ensure that we reduce emissions this year and make up for the lost ground? And thirdly, did the leading group and the lead member know that our figures had gone in the wrong direction when they voted against asking for the very funding they now tell us we need, and instead voted to give themselves a pat on the back for a year where we completely failed to meet our commitments?
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel time driven at times when I look at the news, I look at COP and I look at the goodwill, but then a lot of narratives that come forward about kind of losing ground. I wish to put on record my gratitude and thanks for the carbon literacy training that I received. I'm sure if Councillor Taylor was here tonight, as Green Councillor, she would also support that. It was really very informative. A paradigm shift for me in looking towards being more efficient and effective with regards to carbon, and trying not to add to the generation of those tonnages. For me, just to end very briefly, Theme 5, schools. The children of the borough are our greatest resource. They are the future. They are the now. And this is their climate and this is their inheritance. So these children deserve the best that they can have for their future, and the adult world of South Tyneside needs to do their level best to support the children.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much appreciated. Ernie, thank you very much for that report. I was full up a couple of times. Really good. You know me and you've done a lot of talking about the global warming. Take no notice of Tony Blair with his verbal diarrhea. You're doing well.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else? Councillor?
It is disappointing that the greenhouse gas targets have been missed and emissions have actually risen. So it's right that it is a reset in sustainability strategy for the council. It is welcome that the cross-party cooperation in the climate change working group is to be bolstered by the formation of a cross-party members task.
Councillor, can you speak up a little bit, please? Colleagues can't hear you. That's it, yes.
So it is welcome that the cross-party cooperation in the climate change working group is to be bolstered by the formation of a cross-party members task and finish group to consider the next steps forward towards net zero. But unfortunately, the climate change working group has not been as effective as been hoped, and both groups will need a clear remit with targets and the resources to meet those targets. As mentioned in the report, the council has signed up to the UK 100 pledge to rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions across South Tyneside. UK 100's primary purpose is to support local-led rapid transition to net zero and clean air. They provide the knowledge, the tools and connections to make them happen. UK 100 consultants work with local authorities to develop an action programme to overcome barriers to developing net zero. This is probably exactly where we are now. I suggest we invite UK 100 to assist the council in re-energising the sustainability strategy. The report also recognises climate impacts need to be considered throughout the council's decision-making process. This is vital to produce a holistic approach to the sustainability, something that was little evidence of when they produced a local draft plan that didn't really look at carbon effects of the future developments. Do we need to be wary of some politicians? We do need to be wary of some politicians giving misleading messages about the cost of reaching net zero, which ignore the costs of the continuing of business as usual. The Climate Change Committee and others have shown ultimately net zero will deliver lower costs of by driving electric cars, heating well-insulated homes and cutting reliance on gas, thus reducing the cost of living. Moving to a lower carbon economy is also set to bring all sorts of other benefits, including cleaner air, less traffic and improved health, which will reduce NHS costs, absenteeism from work, to name but two. We have seen the record temperatures in 2023 and 2024 with the rapidly accelerating effects of climate change. We must step up to the responsibility of shaping a cleaner, healthier and fairer future. It is paramount that all parties champion climate action as an issue that transcends political divides. So I would offer our help from the Greens in any endeavour you do.
Thank you, councillor. Colleagues, council are asked to note the information contained. Oh, sorry.
Madam Mayor, it was just to respond.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gibson. Before you sum up, I'm aware that there are some potential tensions in the room right now about this report and whether the fact that Councillor Francis pointed out that actually in the last year, this is an annual report, an annual update. In the last year, we have not achieved what we wish to achieve, what we set out to. And that is very disappointing, to say the least, but it's partly about value for money. Has the council done the right things with our money on this work, including, as far as I understand it, I'm not an expert on this, but have we really procured new vehicle fleets, new vehicles for our fleet that have not been electric? You know, is that the right thing to be doing when we need to be doing the right thing to bring our costs down, our emissions down, the impact on our residents' health? Air pollution is causing huge illness and death of people in our borough, particularly the poorest who live in the busiest streets and cannot get away from air pollution. And I think that the issue here is that we have to do better. We have to have a cross-party approach on this, and with independents who wish to work on this, because it is in everyone's interest. The cost of not doing this work now are huge. Do we want to be in the state of having floods like in Valencia and fires and the cost of energy going sky high because of gas imported from the other parts of the world? We have to do the right thing. We have to have energy security. We have to have fairness. We have to have homes that are insulated and not damp and cold for people. With sky high bills, people unable to turn their heating on. We have to do the right thing. So a cross-party task and finish group that will actually look at what's gone wrong and what can we do to put ourselves right and back on the path towards 2030 for this borough, the things we are responsible for as a council. We want to work in partnership with everyone in the borough, businesses and local community groups and residents groups, but we have a responsibility. We have promised to do this. And the central government has promised to do this, and they should be giving us the money to do it. And I would just say that I want there to be cross-party working on this that will do the right thing. And I hope that all councillors will support that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anybody? Oh, yes.
Just a very brief response to Councillor Ford. I'm with you on that, and I'd certainly be up for that. I can only speak for myself, but I think something needs to be done, and very quickly.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe?
You know, item 19 says exactly what's been said over the last few minutes. It's in the report.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Councillor Gibbs.
Madam Mayor, I would like to respond. They said about cross-party working group. It will be set up. I'll be talking to both leaders of the opposition with leader of the council to discuss ways forward, because this is about everybody, including our school children. It's everybody in the borough. It's about small steps to make big achievements. Yes, we have been seeking funding from many locations. While working with partners across this week, Kim McGuinness hosted the Northeast Net Zero Conference. Was absolutely brilliant. There was a lot of great information coming out where carbon emissions are coming out of houses. You know, retrofit was on the big agenda. The government, the previous government, didn't deliver with the money, the funding they said they would have. And yes, we're looking everywhere. We're running about ragged, trying to make massive achievements. In the Bede ward, we've got Viking Energy Centre, which is on the border. That is the highest poverty population of energy within South Tyneside, and we've got to extend that to make things happen. Low cost energy is the way forward. As the new government minister, Ed Miliband, mentioned a few months ago, he wants local councils involved in local energy companies. He wants to bring everybody on board. In the next few months, you'll be hearing more about biodiversity, hear about oceans, how we can achieve it. It's about a partnership. We've got Equinor, who's delivering 5%, who delivers 5% of energy, what comes from wind turbines coming into South Shields. Absolutely brilliant. They're delivering the green agenda within our schools by education, with our children, giving them the opportunities for the future. That's what this is all about. But Councillor Francis, a lot of those figures came about, you know, we had pandemic, people weren't using their vehicles, people weren't going to work, a lot of work, you know, Scope 3 emissions is part of the problem as well.
which is people transporting, going to work, using their vehicles, no car share. We should be pushing more for sustainable transport, cycling, electric vehicles. But electric vehicles, as you know, they're quite hard to get. People are waiting 6, 12 months for an electric vehicle. So what do? They run around an old banger, what's 10-year-old and pollutes all the diesel coming out. That's part of the problem we've had. But when the COVID was on, people weren't transporting around. They weren't going to work. They're working from home. So a lot of that has happened through that. But yes, we will work together, and it's about a team approach. So I would ask you all to engage with the climate change working group. If you can, those who can attend, the last one was in August. There was only, Councillor Guy put his apologies in for it, and it was on the 12th of August. And I hope you can all attend. But I will work with the opposition. We will talk to the opposition, and I'll talk to the leaders of the opposition. Thank you.
Well said, Ernie.
Point of information, please.
I'm sorry, the debate's finished now.
It's a point of information.
Sorry. Yes.
Apologies, Chair. I put my apologies in because I was ill. Mental health is a real thing, so I do not appreciate you raising that. But what I will say is Equinor is delivering the green agenda. That is incorrect. It's a major oil and gas firm. They are simply keeping us happy and gaslighting us literally. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate if you wouldn't do that with me.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, I also had a point of information, Madam Mayor.
Council are asked a point of information,
It was
Councillor.
just with regard to what was said there about transport emissions. I don't believe that private individuals' transport emissions are factored into our reporting as a council and our council operational emissions, which is what the subject of the report was. So I don't accept that point. I'd also appreciate an answer to the 3 questions I put. I appreciate that might have to be in writing.
Thank you. Right, councillors. Colleagues, councillor asked to note the information contained within this report in relation to emission reductions and delivery activities, supporting the council's ambitious target of carbon neutrality by 2030. Is that noted? Thank you. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Adult Social Care and Commissioning regarding the Adult Principal Social Worker Annual Report. I will ask Councillor Ruth Barclay, Lead Member for Adult Independence and Health, to move the report. Councillor Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Principal Social Worker Annual Report highlights the role of the Principal Social Worker in promoting excellence in adult social work, social care, and the achievements made by the Principal Social Worker and Assurance Quality Practice Team in Adult Social Care and Commissioning for March 2023 to April 2024. The report makes clear the work which has been undertaken in the year 2023 and 24 and sets new priorities for 24-25, which are namely workforce, strengthening the approach to equality, diversity, inclusion and belonging, to ensure we recognise the needs of our workforce, the needs of our local population, to inform commissioning intention and individual support. The report focuses on our approach through strength-based practice is a priority, and the focus on this will be by refreshing our Let's Talk Together practice approach. Quality assurance arrangements for practice are critical and a priority for the Principal Social Worker and the team, as are the ongoing preparations for Care Quality Commission assessment of adult social care. Statutory requirements. The report sets out how the department is seeking to meet its statutory duties in relation to the role of the Principal Social Worker, improving practice and promoting excellence in adult social care standards. PSWs are a statutory requirement of the Care Act 2014. and referenced in the 2016 revised Care Act guidance, section 127, which states that the local authority should have in place a designated principal social worker in adult care and support. Local authorities should make arrangements to have a qualified and registered social work professional practice lead in place. In South Tyneside, we are fully compliant with this requirement. In 2019, the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services, ADAS, and the PSW network itself produced guidance on the role and responsibilities for the adult principal social worker. Within this, it is noted about the principal social worker completing an annual report as required. In 2022, the Health and Care Bill made the Care Quality Commission responsible for assessing local authority delivery of their adult social care duties. As part of the assessment process, there is a local authority information return that requires submission. The principal social worker annual report should be submitted as part of the return if one is available. The report sets out how the department is seeking to meet its statutory duties in relation to the role of the principal social worker, improving practice and promoting excellence in adult social care standards. The information within the report will be accessible to people who draw upon care and support, and we will continue to listen to views and feedback, working closely with people, their families and carers to co-produce and improve our services. It will also be made available in CQC in the submission of our documentation. Members are asked to note the annual report and work associated with the role of the principal social worker for adult social care and the priorities for the forthcoming year. By endorsement of the report, Council will ensure that adult social care and commissioning effectively is discharging their statutory duty under the Care Act 2014 by having a principal social worker in place fulfilling the requirement of the roles and responsibilities of that post, as agreed in 2019. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Robertson seconded. Are there any questions or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor Robertson?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. Has the CQC, is it the CQC that's coming in or who is it coming in? Are they coming in? They're coming in.
No, we've had notification that they will be coming in.
Right. So can I ask you, as the lead member, can we get an explanation of why I'm led to believe 2 heads of service are on garden leave, on full pay, or suspended, say they're garden leave or suspended?
Councillor Robertson, that isn't appropriate at this point.
Why is it not appropriate?
It's not a question and answer session.
I'm asking for a later date, not tonight. It's not for tonight. Even if it's private, can I?
Yep, just
heads of service.
Go ahead, yes.
Thank you, thank you. So as a cabinet member, could I ask you to respond to us by email, please? Of what the situation is, because I'm led to believe there's 2 heads of service, either on garden leave on full pay or suspension, I don't know. And as an elected member getting emails of ex-council staff and residents, I'm duty bound to ask the question and hopefully get a response.
Your request for a written response is noted and I'll ensure that you get one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It goes on to say about the Adult Social Care Commission and Living Better Lives strategy. I've been part of the Living Better Lives from day one, since it first started, about the reorganisation within adult social care. And it came out all guns blazing. It was absolutely brilliant what was going to get done, what was going to be done, the road shows that were held. And now I feel as if we're just a tick box exercise and that we're just people who are fulfilling what the council's obligations are without anything moving, without anything getting done. Being on the other side of the fence now, I've visited people and I've been in situations where it is absolutely heartbreaking to see people living on the edge. I've had to consult with Councillor McCabe, who's chair of safeguarding, to see if he can get things moving and get some doors open for these people, because some of the states that these people are living in, when a simple walk-in shower would enhance their lives and make their lives more livable, more bearable in their old age when they're getting to this age. And it's absolutely, I just can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to see people living in these conditions. And now it's just this living better lives, where it was so full of enthusiasm from day one. It's just a tick-box exercise now and it's going nowhere.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Stonehouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Barclay. I just have one quick, I actually support my colleague's comments there because I've been part of Living Better Lives too. But my question is, I'm delighted that we have extra students, apprenticeships, you know, for social workers. But what I'm interested in is the retention of staff. I know social workers have a, you know, a duration of burnout, and I just wondered if we can maintain and retain our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks very much. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah.
I think it's a bit unfair of people to, councillors especially, who've experienced it themselves, to bring in cases of whatever when it's going through a process. I find that very, very distasteful. Sue, you're a great member of the Adult Safeguarding Committee. You know, all the members in that committee are fantastic. But those questions have been asked at that committee and genuinely scrutinising what we're doing. And I'm proud to stand up as chair of that Safeguarding Committee, because this report is about the adult principal social worker, and the retention of the staff was something that not just myself, but lots of members raised. And we went through that process. We are retaining the staff. We are engaging with the universities, 2 universities, to bring in more young people who are the future going forward. And, you know, I'm proud to say that at the moment, and we're going to be taken to task by the CQC whenever in the near future, I'm proud to say that as far as I'm concerned, as the scrutiny chair, we're doing as best as we can with the resources that we've got. And I'm proud, I know the camera's on, I'm proud to say that this principal social worker that we have is an absolutely outstanding professional, absolutely outstanding, one of the best professionals I've ever come across in this line of work. And at the end of the day, if there is something wrong, and there are, you know, we don't always get it right. No organisation gets everything right all the time. We're all human beings. Mistakes can be made. If there's anything untoward, then bring it forward. You know, there's an open council who engages with the community, who engages with the residents. Let's be open and honest about everything that we can. We can't do everything, you know, all the time, perfectly. But I'm satisfied, and in the next scrutiny meeting, you know, people like yourself are more than welcome to question anything at any time.
Thank you, Councillor Kamid.
Point of information on what you said, please.
Yes, certainly, Councillor.
Thank you very much. What you've just said there, Councillor McCabe, about retaining staff, let me assure you, we're not retaining staff. The morale is at an all-time low. And what I've just said about 2 senior people being on garden leave or suspended, the morale throughout the council, there's a lot of council staff contact councillors. The emails that I get, because I'm the gob, it's scary, the emails that I get. What I've said the night about these 2 people being on garden leave, I got that on an email, genuinely. It is absolutely scary what's going on in the belly of this council with the staff.
reply to that, please?
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
councillor.
Are you talking about the council in general? Or are you talking about the specific subject that's on the council agenda now about the social workers and the principal social worker? So you're not happy with the principal social worker?
Can I respond with?
Yeah?
No,
I've ju-
I'm
I've just-
sorry.
but I've just- I've-
Sorry,
I've
sorry,
started off-
sorry, councillor Robertson. This isn't appropriate at this time. Yes. It would be best if you had those conversations privately with councillor McCabe, who I'm more than sure would be happy to speak to you. So colleagues. Councillor Kilgour?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report, Councillor Barclay. And I would like to support Councillor McCabe's comments around our principal social worker, who is absolutely extremely professional and who spoke. Could I ask you to address me, Madam Mayor, through you appropriately, not she? Thank you. I haven't finished and I will.
Right, councillors, excuse me, councillor. I think we need to move on from being specific and we need to go back to the actual report that we are debating. So I think was
No.
Councillor Kilgour, would you like to finish?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to reiterate, as Councillor McCabe has said, and he mentioned about it's about the report. How very rude.
Let us, councillor, please.
I know what you just said. I wanted to reiterate something Councillor McCabe said and then she stopped speaking. So we don't know what part you might want to reiterate. So.
Councillor Kilgour, can you stick purely to the report?
That's exactly what I'm going to speak to, Madam Mayor. I really do welcome the report. I think if, members will recall that the principal social worker spoke of the items in this report at the most recent adult safeguarding scrutiny committee. And I think, if any member wishes to come to any of those committees to view publicly and also to feed into that, I would absolutely welcome it. But the comments that are being made are of a safeguarding nature. And therefore, I would urge not councillors to wait until this evening regarding a report such as this to raise safeguarding alerts through the correct procedure. And I would even say that although Councillor McCabe is extremely experienced and as chair of that committee is perfectly capable of taking forward such matters, I think on a daily basis, this is an officer referral of a safeguarding independent nature. And I would urge members to do that immediately, not wait until a meeting such as this.
Right,
Thank you.
thank you,
Information, Madam Mayor. I have taken it as far as I can go with about half a dozen residents in the borough. And it's just closed doors.
Yeah.
And to see these people living in the conditions that they're living, one lady who was living on the edge, and then to get the door shut in your face and to get emails back that are totally.
Councillor Hamilton, I'm sorry, you have already spoken once, so I can't allow you to.
It was a point of information I was bringing up,
Yes.
but what I'm
Thank
saying is I've seen it from the other side and I have taken it as far as I can take it. I need help now to see what we can do about it.
Thank you, thank you, councillors. Councillor Barclay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that, the work that goes on within the adult social care teams is phenomenal. And the number of satisfied individuals that we actually help and support is incredible. If there are any difficulties or anything does not work the way it should, then there are due processes to be followed. And that is very clearly laid out, not only in the department's policies, but also in let me get the right wording for it, the housing policies that we have as well, in order to ensure that we do listen to concerns that are out there and we do address those issues. But there's a due process, and on the floor of council, that is not the place where we air these issues and where we deal with these issues, because also it deals with people's confidentiality as well. Thank you.
Right, colleagues. Council are asked to note the annual report and work associated with the role of the principal social worker for adult social care and the priorities for the forthcoming year. Is that noted? Thank you. The next item of business is to consider a report of the Director of Public Health regarding domestic abuse strategy and supporting documents. I will ask Councillor Ruth Barclay, Lead Member for Adult Independence and Health, to move the report. Councillor Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My apologies. Local authorities are required under the Domestic Abuse Act 2021 to develop and publish a domestic abuse strategy every 3 years, ensuring victims and their children receive safe accommodation and support services. South Tyneside Council has developed a refreshed domestic abuse strategy for 2025-28, as well as a refreshed joint strategic needs and assets assessment to address domestic abuse in the borough. The strategy addresses challenges such as the increase in domestic abuse incidents among the older population and the availability of appropriate safe accommodation for complex cases. The refreshed domestic abuse strategy for 2025-28 maintains the original vision and strategic priorities from the 2021 strategy, addressing challenges such as the high number of incidents and repeat victims. The strategy has placed a greater emphasis on prevention and early intervention, as well as aligning to the national priorities within the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. The Joint Strategic Needs and Assets Assessment provides updated data on the needs of those impacted by domestic abuse, which has informed the development of the refreshed strategy. The Domestic Abuse Annual Report 2023-24 highlights achievements over the past year, including the expansion of the Restart service, which supports 2,959 clients, and the development of the Integrated Hub. The Council is promoting White Ribbon Day on the 25th of November and the subsequent 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, with events and activities to encourage positive behaviour change among men. We are encouraging all men to take action, become an ambassador, and be part of the change. We have come a long way since the inception of our Domestic Abuse Partnership Board, supporting us in exercising our duty under the Act, achieving White Ribbon accreditation, and also remodelling our domestic abuse offer across the borough, including our targeted and integrated hubs. Additionally, our safe accommodation offer with our commissioned provider providing refuge spaces to disperse properties across the borough for victims and families who are unable to remain in their own homes. We have progressed well, and we will continue to do so, working together with our partners across the domestic abuse system to break the cycle of domestic abuse and help families rebuild their lives. We all have a responsibility to ensure that the actions of our strategy are carried out, that our services are commissioned in line with need and are fit for purpose, and provide wraparound, tailored support for all those affected by domestic abuse. Council is asked to acknowledge the work outlined in the annual report, promote the White Ribbon campaign, endorse the strategy, and support lobbying for continued investment in domestic abuse services. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions, or does any member wish to speak to the report? Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor Barclay, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking as a White Ribbon champion.
and as someone who has worked with children who have experienced domestic abuse. I'm going to use the term survivor rather than victim because it's a term that we're now choosing to use rather than victim. I very much welcome this comprehensive report and was particularly interested in reading about the objectives of the Restart project and how the integrated domestic hub will bring organisations together in the aim to meet those objectives. I am delighted to read that there has been a reduction in reported incidents of abuse since the introduction of the integrated hub and hope that this trend will continue. With regards to the figures, I was particularly interested in the substantial difference between the ratio of men to women survivors in South Tyneside compared to estimated national figures. These figures indicate that nationally, women account for 65% of survivors, whereas in South Tyneside, this jumps to 87%. That is a huge difference. This highlights the importance of White Ribbon Project, which is specifically aimed at preventing violence against women and girls and starts with men. The number of reported incidents of domestic violence in South Tyneside is one of the highest in the North East and must be treated as a priority with as many resources as possible. Whilst I welcome the opening of Restart, I'm disappointed that funding has been withdrawn from Impact Family Services and am extremely concerned that South Tyneside no longer has a refuge where women and children who are escaping violence can access emergency accommodation, support and advice. It makes no sense to open one door whilst closing another. Men, women and children benefit from sharing their thoughts, fears and aspirations with others who have experienced domestic abuse within a safe environment. Impact Family Services have established teams who deliver this work, whereas Restart presently concentrates on one-to-one engagement. Despite withdrawing financial support, South Tyneside Council continues to refer children to the Impact Safe Hands project. Impact Family Services now relies solely on support from businesses, individuals and other organisations. Places for People provides the only refuge in South Tyneside until July this year.
Councillor, you have 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. When South Tyneside awarded the tender for accommodating women and children escaping domestic abuse to Changing Lives, there are now 10 units used for temporary accommodation, but none provide the support and protection of a refuge. While this may be preferred by some, others will feel vulnerable and alone in the dispersed accommodation. I noticed that the report mentions a refuge as well as indicating it in the cluster model at the bottom of page 276. But do not believe that we have a refuge within South Tyneside at the present time. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. Although the White Ribbon report does mention the theme, it's all about men, I feel that it fails to emphasise the primary aim of asking men to be the driving force behind changing attitudes and behaviour towards women and girls. One of the main roles of a female White Ribbon champion is to encourage men to become White Ribbon ambassadors. The report fails to mention this and confuses the difference between a White Ribbon champion and a domestic violence champion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to concur again with colleagues who've spoken, we had the launch conference on Monday. I would like to thank Councillor Bartley for the delivery of the report and Tom Hall for its stewardship fitting with the Restart project and the building down at Chichester. It's a bold, brave step and it starts with, like they've said, it starts with men. It isn't easy, but when you look at the level of domestic abuse and the direction and the mainspring of it, it has to be addressed. It has to be acknowledged and brought forward. That's where it starts. I also feel that there needs to be refuge. There needs to be safer places, yes, appropriate safe accommodation, but also the principle of refuge and containment and that knowledge of safety. For me, one of the most sobering parts of the conference was to see a wall of photographs and commemoration of the women who've been killed through domestic abuse and violence this year alone for the half year. I'm not being overly emotional, but in April of '89, I was totally shocked to see a lady's photograph emerge through Tommy Kilgour on BBC Look North on the morning. And 8 weeks to the day after I travelled with this lady, coming north from a nursing conference in Reading, and she was killed through domestic violence. Half a lifetime away now, but you never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else? Oh, councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on one of the pages, it says the theme for this year, White Ribbon Day, is it starts with men. Together we can prevent violence against women. Such violence is rooted in harmful masculine traits, and the council and partners are encouraging men to hold themselves accountable. That reads to me that every man is a domestic violence abuser. It doesn't state the difference between, it doesn't clearly state that it isn't the case. Men are victims of domestic violence as well, and it doesn't state anything on here. And having been personally involved with men who have been victims of domestic violence, it's something that should be made clearer on here, that all men are not domestic violence abusers. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Robertson?
Thank you very much for the report. Very good. And good content, because I'd read it a few days ago and I've just read it again while I was sitting there. I'm very disappointed to hear that there isn't a refuge in South Tyneside. And what's more disappointing is there's certain councillors in here that repeatedly fly the flag for the violence against women and girls, and they need to put it into action and make something happen about a refuge in South Tyneside. It's no good waving the banner and playing the victim card and using it. We've got, it's unbelievable that we haven't got something, even if it was just a 2-bedroom property, 2 families, whatever. But it's absolutely shocking that the borough hasn't got a refuge for women. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Dixon. Councillor Dixon. Oh,
yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just touching upon the refuge, and we don't have a refuge in South Tyneside, but we do have an absolutely amazing housing options team that support anybody who is fleeing DV. This team is fully trained, and as I've mentioned, with regard to refuges, they don't fit all. I'm not sure if members are aware, but if you have a male over 16 years old, they cannot access a refuge. Refuge don't allow pets. And if you are in employment, they can actually be very, very expensive. So what we do is we as a team within Housing Options work with the victim to ensure that they are supported fully. There is 25 homeless units where we can actually support women and families with their pets, because you know, if you're fleeing something, you know, you have a pet that is part of your family. So just to make it fully aware, there is support within us as a council to support our most vulnerable. The families are checked upon regularly, just to make sure that they are supported. And we do try as much as we can to ensure that this family is moved to a permanent safe place as soon as possible. But there is support there for women with our Housing Options team, which I have to say are absolutely fantastic, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Yeah. Oh, councillor Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just respond to the points that have been raised, in particular in respect of there not being a refuge, I can advise that we do have properties, and that the feedback that we're getting in terms of the commissioned properties is that they are actually meeting the needs of those families, and that there are a very positive contribution to their feeling safe. Because not all families feel comfortable in the refuge environment. In terms of what we're doing about the physical refuge building, at the onset of the commission service, which is with Changing Lives, it was not possible to continue with the existing static refuge building. We were therefore working with our provider to identify a suitable location. If a refuge setting is deemed to be the more appropriate option, then the provider would support this. However, there are 17 properties, including an emergency crash pad across the borough, that can be used to support any victim fleeing domestic abuse while the refuge static building is secured. So we are still looking for a static building to use. In terms of the financial support for Impact Family Services, Restart Integrated Domestic Abuse Hub was established to be the single point of contact for all domestic abuse cases. All funding available is currently allocated. Any additional funding would be based on need and the priorities within, excuse me, within the strategy, not to individual providers. We are encouraging all men to take action to become an ambassador as part of the change. And we do not see every man as being responsible as an abuser. It is very much about recognizing that men who do not support other men being violent to women and girls are actually feeling confident and able to challenge that assumption and that behavior. So it is very much not about saying every man is a perpetrator of violence. That is not true. And we are very conscious that it is very important that we get those men, as we did on the 25th in the reception room in the town hall, where we had a video of our staff led by Jonathan as chief executive, who were saying why they were standing up against violence against women and girls, and that they did not support men being perpetrators of violence. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, Councillor asked to acknowledge the work outlined in the annual report. Is that acknowledged? Thank you. Council is asked to promote the White Ribbon campaign and the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Is that agreed? Thank you. Council is asked to endorse the strategy and agreement for it to be published. Is that agreed? And finally, Council is recommended to support the lead member and domestic abuse champion to write to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Home Secretary to support the continued investment in domestic abuse and to confirm that the funding is available to local areas. Is that agreed? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I've just been notified that we may have to go over the length of the meeting. Colleagues, I'm very conscious of the time and that we still have important business to get through today. Unless the meeting agrees otherwise, where 3 hours have elapsed since the commencement of the meeting will automatically end in accordance with Rule 28.4, unless we agree otherwise. Therefore, colleagues, can I move that the meeting of the Council continues beyond 3 hours in duration this evening? Is that motion seconded? And is that agreed? Thank you, colleagues. The next business is to receive questions under Procedure Rule 8. We have received no questions for Council under Procedure Rule 8 for our meeting today. The next item of business is to deal with petitions received under Council Procedure Rule 9. We have not received any petitions under Council Procedure Rule 9 for our meeting today, and there were no petitions presented to the meeting of the Borough Council held on the 15th of September 24 for update. The next item of business is to receive motions under Council Procedure Rule 10. There are 4 motions to be considered under Rule 10 today. I will ask the proposer of the motion to move the motion, and they may speak for up to 5 minutes. I will then ask whether the motion is seconded. The seconder may speak for up to 3 minutes or reserve the right to speak later in the debate. The motion will then be open to debate by members who may each speak for up to 3 minutes and may move amendments. Any amendment must be relevant to the motion, and only one amendment will be moved and discussed at any one time. If an amendment is carried, the motion as amended takes the place of the original motion and becomes the substantive motion, to which any further amendments can then be moved. Motion 1 has been submitted by councillors Paul Dean, Dean, Porthouse, Dawes, Taylor and Dixon. Councillor Paul Dean, please present your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm so pleased to bring this motion this evening in recognition and to say thank you for the support our cadet services provide to us. I would like to recognise our Army cadets, Durham Army Cadet Forces at South Shields, at Jarrow and at Hebburn. Air Force cadets, the Royal Air Force Air Cadets 324 Squadron South Shields, and also the Royal Air Force Air Cadets 1027 Gerald Squadron. Our Navy cadets, TS Collingwood, Sea Cadet Corps at South Shields, TS Raleigh, Sea Cadet Corps Jarrow, and the TS Kelly Sea Cadet Corps in Hebburn. We also have fire cadets at South Shields Community Fire Station and police cadets at the police station in South Shields. In the month of November, all our cadets were particularly remarkable in helping make our remembrance parades so special throughout our borough. I'm sure that all cross parties will unite and in unison would like to show their appreciation of our many cadet services. I'm sure there will be some in the council chamber this evening who served in the cadets and some who then went on to serve their Queen and country. Many of our young cadets, I'm sure, will go on now to serve their King and country. I've attended numerous remembrance celebrations in South Shields, Jarrow, Hebburn, Whitburn and Bolton, where our cadets have led the parades. This year, one of the remembrance service I attended was at Horton Cemetery, where the TS Collingwood Sea Cadet Corps led a candlelit vigil at the Commonwealth War Graves in the cemetery. It was a poignant and moving service. After the service, I was invited back to the premises of TS Collingwood Cadet Corps, where I was shown around by a fine young man, Jacob, who was so articulate, and I'm sure his parents, grandparents, and the Lord Lieutenant and senior officers at TS Collingwood will be so proud of him. Jacob informed me he intends joining the Navy. Many of my colleagues in the chamber are trustees of various cadet services, and I'm sure they too are proud to represent them. So as a thank you, I would like to propose 3 cheers for the cadet services. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
That's seconded.
Councillor Dean, you can speak to the motion for 3 minutes or reserve the right to speak.
Yeah, I'd like to speak now.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually an honour to second this motion. I would like to give credit to the Jarrow Sea Cadet Unit, which was founded in 1952. The Sea Cadets are a maritime youth charity in the United Kingdom that helps young people develop life skills through nautical activities. The Sea Cadets' history began in 1856 when the Naval Lads Brigade was formed to help destitute young people in England's seaports. The Sea Cadets offer a tangible, lasting, positive impact on young people. They make the difference to the lives of the cadets, carrying them through all aspects of their lives. The Jarrow Sea Cadets, of which I'm a trustee of, are helping to launch local young people for life today, transforming them into confident, resilient young people who thrive in a complex world, helping them to decide whatever they want to do when they leave the school and enter the adult world. Jarrow Sea Cadets provide core training based on seamanship and traditional maritime skills. But the cadets can also study mechanical and electrical engineering, communications, cookery, computers, band musician, Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, and a host of associated subjects to prepare them for adult life. I'm ever so proud that the Jarrow Sea Cadets are annually chosen to lead the Remembrance Day Parade from Jarrow Town Hall to the cenotaph at Jarrow Palmers. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. The motion is now open to debate by members. Do any members wish to ask a question, speak on the motion or move an amendment? Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to both councillor deans. I just want to say that I think, you know, this is a really important issue that we should recognise the role that these young people play. And I absolutely witnessed that myself at the remembrance events and know about that during the year in between times. But also I think it's important that we pay tribute to the other young people's organisations that take part in, particularly in remembrance service Sunday and services, the Scouts and Guides and Brownies and Beavers and Cubs. And, you know, it is wonderful to see young people involved in many different organisations and absolutely welcome that.
Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Completely second Councillor Ford's point. And to add in the musicians as well, as we wouldn't move around without the bands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's commendable that we thank these young children and the opportunities that the cadet services as such do actually give them the opportunities, give them something to work for, you know, keep them off the streets. And it's you know, what they did on Remembrance Sunday was absolutely amazing. What I do find really, really sad, though, is that we've had to write this motion. Now, the proposer of the motion is our Armed Forces champion, and one of the councillors that signed it is our council leader. And we are basically proposing that we ask ourselves to commend these children. Why the hell didn't we just do it anyway? You know, I find it embarrassing that you have chose to ask yourselves to do this. We should have just took the opportunity. You had your announcement today where you thanked all the people who took part in those remembrance parades. We then had the report on the armed forces. You know, we've applauded them right through this meeting, but our own Armed Forces champion has to put a motion to ask himself to do something that you should have done anyway without the need for this.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it was an excellent day and all the youngsters done very well. There's only one thing I would ask the council to consider. I think everyone will remember getting some form of small medal, whether you were 5-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old. Because it's only once a year, I think it would be worth considering costing the very smallest of little medals with a remembrance and a thank you on it. And if they're given that every year, you know, I know we're doing the thank you in here this year, but that medal would mean so much, and it's from the council, and it wouldn't be a great cost. And it's only once a year. I think we could think about it.
Right.
Thanks
you,
very much.
Councillor. Anybody? Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want I'm a little disappointed at my colleague saying about this motion. I feel really hot. It was said from the heart, and why I did say it as well is that this is the area in a forum where we can show our appreciation. Me sending a letter, this is now into the public domain, and the people can see, and us as elected members can show our pride and what we think of our cadets. me writing a letter. That I would have done that anyway, but I do think this is the area where we can, as elected members, show our appreciation of our young people in this borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the motion agreed? Thank you, councillors. Motion 2 has been submitted by Councillor Berkeley, Millen, Carter, Porthouse and P. Dean. Councillor Berkeley, please present your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, Monday was White Ribbon Day and the start of the 16 days of action. As an organisation, we are an accredited employer for the White Ribbon campaign, which has now been going for 35 years. Sadly, violence against women and girls continues to be a scourge on our society. Having campaigned for decades to raise awareness and challenge domestic abuse, it is worrying to see that we still have very high numbers of incidents and repeated offences within South Tyneside, and we are an outliner within the region. We have also seen an increase in the number of incidents in the older population. The impact of domestic abuse is profound on families, and I am pleased that we are working with perpetrators to change behaviour and recognise trigger points. Our partnership working allows us to work collectively to tackle this issue, and our revised strategy, which I presented earlier to Council, shows our commitment to continue to improve, support and acknowledge the seriousness of the impact of domestic abuse and violence against women and girls has on our communities. We launched our Domestic Abuse Hub at the beginning of the month, and it was great to see cross-party attendance at the event with our committed staff in the Restart team. As a former trade union officer, I know and acknowledge the commitment and support that the unions play in representing and negotiating the workplace to ensure safety and support. Employers can recognise and support their staff who can be adversely affected in attendance and performance as a result of their home circumstances. Being in work can also support women seeking to terminate a violent relationship. I am pleased that we work with our business communities, especially our pledge partners, as part of our campaigning. The focus of this year's White Ribbon campaign was to encourage men to speak out about domestic abuse and to have the confidence to challenge other men who think that this behaviour is acceptable, which it is not. I would encourage all male councillors to become ambassadors and pledge to speak out against domestic abuse. The actions called for in the motion are aimed at influencing our government to deliver their promise, and especially the Under-Secretary of State, Jess Phillips, who has responsibilities for safeguarding and violence against women and girls. Continue our partnership working and across the borough commemorate those who have died as a result of domestic abuse. Thank you. Please support the motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is the motion seconded? Councillor Belling, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'd like to speak now, please. Councillor, you still have your microphone on. Having set up South Tyneside Women's Aid in the mid-1970s and steering the refuge for those escaping domestic violence for its first 10 years, it breaks my heart to see there has been little change over nearly 40 years. The need for support is still present, but what has changed is the greater awareness of the problem and a more formalised and structured way of dealing with it. Especially welcome is the realisation of the impact domestic violence has in the wider community. Women in the workplace struggling to fulfil their role and not able to take their rightful place in the wider community. Children in school unhappy and bewildered, not able to learn or socialise effectively. extended family, friends and neighbours reluctant or unable to intervene. The nightmare of living this day by day. The resolution calls for properly funded support services, calls for the wider involvement of employers and the continuing support of the trade unions. With regard to the local authority, I was particularly impressed that our refreshed strategy highlights the needs of children and outlines a more constructive approach to perpetrators, whilst not diminishing the seriousness of their actions. In my experience, it is a sad fact that incidents of domestic violence can increase at Christmas time. I suppose it could be because emotional and financial pressures are exacerbated by the social and consumer-led nature of the festivities. To all colleagues here this evening and those watching from the public gallery or at home, I say please be vigilant and don't hesitate to intervene if required. An appropriate, timely action may rescue someone from a living hell or may even save their lives. Thank you,
Councillor. The motion is now open to debate by members. Do any members wish to ask a question, speak on the motion or move an amendment? Councillor Francis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move an amendment this evening. I want to start by saying I fully support the intention of the motion. And I would thank colleagues for bringing it to council this evening. I'm sure we can all agree that domestic abuse and violence against women and girls are totally abhorrent, and that the council and wider society should do everything in their power to reduce both. The amendment seeks to address a couple of issues. The text was circulated earlier this week to all elected members, and there are copies here, but I'll just summarise a couple of the key changes. I'm seeking to add in the following section. The White Ribbon campaign concerns all forms of violence against women and girls. Domestic abuse is a subset of this. Not all violence against women and girls is domestic abuse, and not all victims of domestic abuse are female. Second insertion is that the council is an accredited White Ribbon employer. White Ribbon Day on the 25th of November acts as an important reminder to the council's obligations to the White Ribbon. This entails acting on ending male violence against women and girls. A key part of this is reiterating its zero tolerance stance against domestic abuse. And then finally, seeking to add in, following the lead of White Ribbon, this demands work that goes beyond domestic abuse by addressing the root causes of men's violence against women. Harmful attitudes, behaviours and systems around rigid gender norms and harmful expressions of masculinity that perpetuate gender inequality and gender-based violence. Council also asks that Cabinet give urgent consideration to increase budgetary allocations to renew the financial support for impact family services and establish a refuge for women and their children. So the main reason for these proposed amendments is that the original motion seems to conflate domestic abuse with violence against women and girls. And whilst those are interlinked things, they are slightly separate things. The motion also doesn't fully acknowledge that violence against women and girls is far broader, sadly, than domestic abuse. We see misogyny and violence against women and girls in all forms, and that needs to be challenged and eliminated. It's already been mentioned this evening that any and all gender identities could potentially be the perpetrators of domestic abuse, and any and all gender identities could potentially be on the receiving end of domestic abuse too. As I mentioned, there are also issues related to the actual provision of services and help in South Tyneside in terms of how survivors of domestic abuse are treated. And I know my colleague, Councillor Ginn, intends to cover that. In short, the amendment seeks to acknowledge that violence against women and girls and domestic abuse are broader than the original motion acknowledges, whilst also seeking practical measures to improve services and support for those who are experiencing domestic abuse.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Ginn?
Yes, I'd like to second that, please. I know I've already discussed about the impact project, but I'd just like to add that I am aware the local authorities receive nowhere near the amount of money that they need, and they have a difficult job in deciding where that money goes. However, I do believe that domestic abuse should be an absolute priority, considering the growing number of cases nationally and specifically locally. And just to put into perspective, the money spent to demolish Tutor Reed was equivalent to funding Impact Family Services for another 2.5 years. And I have made this comparison because both our community centres and the domestic abuse services support the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Do any members wish to ask a question or speak on the amendment? Anyone? Councillor Robertson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak on the main motion. Can I not? What can I speak on? What am I allowed to speak on? I don't want to get wrong.
Councillor, yes, we'll go
Right,
back to the main motion. When
Okay,
this is
so I speak on the amendment. I will not be supporting the amendment. There's nothing wrong with the main motion. It's simply grandstanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else wish to speak? No. Is the amendment agreed?
Agreed.
The amendment is there a name vote? 5
Name
people,
vote.
please. Name vote, please.
Elected members, I'll read your name alphabetically, and this is whether or not you're for, against, or abstaining on the amendment to the motion.
Madam
Councillor
Mayor,
Moore?
just before we go into that, sorry, Madam Mayor, just before we go into the actual vote, just on a point of information, because on this particular motion, it does have budgetary implications as well. And I think in the past, when we've considered and tabled motions, we haven't given a commitment on budgetary matters when there's financial implications. Without doubt, undoubtedly, you know, we do need to allocate money, but I think the fact that a motion's been raised for us to take a decision upon that has budget implications, I don't think in the past has been accepted.
Right, thank you. Yes.
You're exactly right, but the wording of the motion is asking that Cabinet give consideration to increase it. So it's not making a commitment to increased spending. It's asking the Cabinet to look at whether that's something they want to do or not.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, that is exactly what's required when there could be a budget implication, as it has to be referred to Cabinet first.
Yes.
Councillor Barclay?
Against.
Councillor Brennan?
Abstain.
Councillor Brown?
For.
Councillor Carter?
Against.
Councillor Clare? Councillor Coombs?
For.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Dawes? Councillor Paydeen?
Against.
Councillor Esteen?
Against.
Councillor Dixon? Councillor Ellison? Councillor Foggan? Councillor Ford?
For.
Councillor Foreman? Councillor Francis?
For.
Councillor Gibson?
Yes.
Councillor Guy?
For.
Councillor Jin?
For.
Councillor Hamilton?
Against.
Councillor Harrison? Councillor Herbert? Councillor Keegan? Councillor Kennedy? Councillor Kilgour? Councillor Lamont?
Against.
Councillor Leask? Councillor K Maxwell?
Against.
Councillor N Maxwell? Councillor McCabe?
Against.
Councillor McHugh? I can't hear. Councillor McKeown? For. Councillor Melling? Councillor Myers?
Abstain.
Councillor Oliver?
Abstain.
Councillor Owens Palmer?
For.
Councillor Porthouse? Councillor Potts?
Against.
Councillor Proudlock? Councillor K Roberts?
Against.
Councillor Robertson?
Against.
Councillor Smith? Councillor Stonehouse? Councillor Strike? Councillor Taylor?
Point of order. Sorry.
Councillor Taylor? J Taylor? Councillor Traynor. Councillor Welsh. Councillor Wood.
Against.
Councillor Yeh.
For.
Sorry, Councillor Yeh, I didn't catch that.
I am for. Thank you.
So the amendment has been not passed. There was 13 in favour, 33 against, and 3 abstentions. So the amendment not agreed in the original.
Colleagues, can I tell you that the amendment has not been carried? 13 for, 33 against, and 3 abstentions. Therefore, do any other members wish to ask a question, speak, or move another amendment on the original motion? No. Is that motion carried? Thank you. Motion 3 has been submitted by Councillor Smith, Lamont, Proudlock, Kay Maxwell and Dawes. Councillor Smith, please present your motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose a motion because maintaining public trust in elected representatives is paramount. But residents expect the councillors to uphold the highest standards of behaviour and conduct. The previous Conservative government had an opportunity to put in place measures to improve councillor conduct, but in March 2022, they rejected a recommendation by the Committee on Standards in Public Life that local authorities should have the power to suspend councillors without allowance for up to 6 months for breaks of codes of conduct. In October, the Secretary of State, Angela Rayner, rightly raised the need for stronger measures to address councillor misconduct. The current standard regime is ineffective. The absence of effective standards undermines accountability and fails to promote the kind of behaviours residents expect from elected members. The motion highlights the need to empower local authorities to suspend councillors who break codes of conduct. This will send a strong message that misconduct will not be tolerated, and reinforce the principles of public service, accountability, and integrity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that motion seconded? Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the report now or reserve your right? Yeah. Thank you. The motion is now open to debate by members. Do any members wish to ask a question, speak on the motion, or move an amendment? Councillor Guy?
I would like to move an amendment, Madam Mayor.
Yes, certainly.
Madam Mayor, I wish to introduce the proposed amendment to motion 3, which seeks to address councillor conduct while upholding the fundamental principles of democracy and representation. First, let me state that I fully support the commitment to ensuring that we, as elected representatives, maintain the highest standards of behaviour and conduct. We must continue to meet these expectations of the public who place their trust in us to serve with integrity. However, I find the prospect of allowing councils to suspend elected councillors deeply concerning. The democratic mandate bestowed upon us by the electorate is not something that should be lightly overridden. Introducing the power to suspend risks undermining public confidence in the democratic process in itself. Such powers will open the door to more politically motivated complaints like the ones we've heard today. We must ensure that any measures introduced to improve standards are proportionate, fair, and above all, transparent. Voters have the opportunity to remove any one of us at an election. They also have the power to keep any one of us at an election. And it's this fundamental right that makes our country the cornerstone of democracy. It's also the reason why everyone Everyone in this chamber tonight needs to ensure that we call out bad behaviour and challenge the threats to democracy that is unfortunately creeping in. The ability for us in this room tonight to remove our colleagues using rules we write ourselves is playing judge, jury and executioner. And the public is likely going to see this as double standards or further weaponising of the complaints process that we are seeing currently in this council. Additionally, we must prioritise consultation with our residents, stakeholders and experts to fully understand the broader impacts of a proposed change like this before we call for them. We should not rush to support measures that could unintentionally damage the very fabric of our democratic institutions and predetermine the outcome of a consultation that has not even started yet. Madam Mayor, this amendment does not seek to water down our commitment to high standards. On the contrary, it reinforces it by ensuring that reforms are carefully considered, balanced, and uphold the principles of representation and accountability. I urge the Chamber to support this amendment, which reflects our shared commitment to upholding the values of democracy and fairness while ensuring councillor contact is appropriately managed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded?
I'll second it.
Thank you,
Madam
councillor
Mayor.
Kennedy.
Excuse me, I've seconded it on the paper, so is that not correct? We've said, no?
I do have councillor Kennedy. Thank you. Do any members wish to ask a question or speak on the amendment? After we've taken the amendment. Is the amendment agreed, colleagues? No. You want to speak on the amendment, right? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hopefully we can all agree that we want the instances of complaint-worthy behaviour to decrease. But I think one of the problems with the original motion is if the overriding intention is to improve conduct, the motion fails to address that issue. It only deals with the behaviour after the fact. And as the report that we already heard this evening mentioned, education and processes are the things that will actually change the situation. Improving behaviour and imposing sanctions are two separate issues. We heard in the discussion about school attendance that stricter sanctions doesn't necessarily change behaviour. That's not the drive for changing behaviour. And we can see the same thing with sanctions like the death penalty, for example, or sanctions like tougher prison sentences. They don't necessarily prevent or reduce or stop the behaviours that you're trying to tackle. Secondly, the motion is scant on detail. Who has the final say in how it would be implemented? Is that officers? Is that national politicians? How is any of that democratic or open? And I want to make really clear that this is not about excusing poor behaviour. I suspect I've made some enemies in this chamber by speaking out against behaviour that I find objectionable, and I will continue to do so. Because to me, my belief and my principles are more powerful than worrying about what somebody else thinks and says about me. But as I say, the key problems that I have with the original motion is it seems to be, in my opinion, profoundly undemocratic. If elected members making complaints about each other can remove somebody that is in this chamber at the will of the electorate, which we all are here for, that seems deeply troubling to me. And I just worry that this wouldn't actually, if implemented, fix the problem that it's seeking to fix. It could actually make things worse. We heard from Professor Wright about the small number of complaints, the small number of people that are raising complaints and the small number of people that are the subjects of complaints. And there's definitely a sense that there's politically motivated tit for tat. And so I worry that the motion as unamended risks adding to rather than solving the problem, especially when introduced to a system that's already being abused. So I support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. We have had dissenting voices.
There's people with their hand up. I don't know if they want to speak on the amendment.
Oh, sorry. Do you wish to speak on the amendment, Councillor Ford?
Councillor Kennedy, is that coming at the end?
At the end, yes.
He's reserved his right.
Yes. Yes.
Many apologies. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I strongly support this amendment to the motion. I do support the intention of the motion. However, I think it is the issue that a sanction of this nature of suspending councillors without allowances for up to 6 months, as was proposed in the Committee on Standards in Public Life, has a huge impact on councillors' ability to represent and provide the service to residents who've elected them. So it's one thing to, in the House of Commons, there is a process and a procedure for suspending MPs. There's a speaker, there's independent bodies, there's there's all sorts of safeguards and issues. And MPs have staff. I don't believe that when an MP is suspended, all of their constituency casework suddenly stops. But that would be the effect of this if a councillor was suspended without allowance for up to 6 months. I think that's a really draconian route that this motion does not explain any of that. And as a member of Constitution Committee, I would be very concerned about which body of this council would make those decisions. It should be an independent decision, surely. But I think the key thing is it's as was said before, it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It could have very unintended consequences of increasing complaints and vexatiousness generally. And I think, what we want is to work together to improve behaviour and standards and make sure that there is an efficient and effective system, and that there's training. Code of conduct has been mentioned, but more than that, in terms of de-escalation, things that we all, I'm sure, would agree would help how we work together as councillors, all elected by the electorate.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Ford summed up much of what I was going to say. I just look and think with the motion, it is a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. And what of mediation? What of mediation? Why, notwithstanding the code of conduct and everything else, the polarity that's going on in our society is so awful right round. What about the principle of mediation? Why do I have to be draconian and say, he, she, forgive me for the pronouns, I do apologise, but that person should be excluded for 6 months? We can't afford that either. What about mediation? There's a thought. We should have links and ladders approaches to try and have mediation before we get to a point of £20,000 a gambit for, let's not say vexatious claims, but things that rack up the money. What about mediation? Thank you, Madam Mayor, for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgour.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Whilst I absolutely recognise the sentiment of my colleagues in opposition around the severity of this request, the resolution is simply to call upon the leader of the council to write to the Secretary of State. And I won't need to speak it again because it's actually written there. So we're not looking at taking draconian measures without due reason. I'm going to be brutally honest, and I think all of you around this chamber will recognise that given the abuse that not only myself, but my family and colleagues around this chamber and former colleagues have been on the receiving end of, there is no room for mediation. You cannot talk. There is in some instances, I absolutely accept that, but we are talking about extreme behaviours that will continue to be exhibited no matter what penalty there is put in place. I absolutely strongly believe that even with, it may be a preventative measure, it may be something that will restrict levels of poor behaviour. But if you are capable of such high level and appalling, abhorrent abuse on an ongoing basis in every medium going, then I'm afraid that the draconian measures, unfortunately, are absolutely what we require to be considered. And only considered and only in extreme circumstances. But as a person standing here who has had to endure a criminal court proceeding on several occasions, not just with an elected member, I am absolutely for our original motion, and I hope my colleagues who share the sentiment of that original motion will understand why I personally can't look to water down this particular motion that is put forward. And I think any of us that do that, our residents who do represent, who do put those crosses in the boxes for a democratic representation, absolutely deserve correct, appropriate, respectful and full representation. They absolutely do. Unfortunately, they're not getting it. And I'm fairly confident that even with a 6-month ban and the remuneration may well score some, kind of issue with those particular members losing that remuneration should that come in. But I absolutely think that those members are not representative of our community anyway, and actually it'll probably serve our community not to be
1 minute, Councillor Kilgour.
not to be at their behest in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Robson.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and be as fast as I can. There's a lot to cover. I know you won't let us have more than 3 minutes. So, under the law in England, you've got what you call the civil procedure rules, right? And the civil procedure rules mean that you must try and work something out before you go knocking on the court door. If you don't comply with the civil procedure rules and you knock on the court's door, the judge is not a very happy bunny. So our complaints process for members, it says that the Mountain officer will try informal resolution. Now, the Mountain officer does that, I know that. But when you get a complainant who says in a complaint, I will not be interested in informal resolution. Nobody complaining should be allowed to say, I'm not interested in informal complaint.
Point of information, Madam, when the member is finished.
Really what they're saying is, when they're saying they won't go for informal resolution, I will waste 10,000 taxpayers' money. I will waste 20,000 taxpayers. So nobody can call the shots. This mediation that Phil mentioned is exactly what should happen. The informal resolution, Mountain officers definitely try, but we need to tighten that up so that it's mediation happens, and if Big Mouth or the victim refuses to play the game, when it moves to the next stage, you can see who hasn't played their part to try and save taxpayers' money.
Thank you.
Now, then we'll go back to where this all is, right? When I come in 2019, there was a different leader sitting there. Common knowledge, we didn't get on. That leader that's sitting there now, in 3 years, I've never crossed swords with a woman once. I've got the highest respect for her. Right round that Labour crowd there, I can say 8 out of 10 of them I pass the time of day with, I've got respect for, and I've never had wrong words with. We know the little clique that I don't get on with. We know where the poison towards John Robertson is, and the supposed poison that way. And it's never going to work whilst that poison is allowed a free rein to attack. Because when attacked, you're going to react. Yeah, it needs to stop because, again, for me time, what I quoted before, I'm just going to say again, this is an absolute disgraceful waste of taxpayers' money. A total of 108 complaint events were made by councillors, and of these, more than 59 were made by just 2 councillors. Now, Lady Mayor, my God, 2 councillors putting 59 complaints in. It's out of control. It's got to be stopped.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a point of order. The member refers there to alleging that the victim is the complainant. So I'd just like to categorically confirm, as the member likes to do on camera, that C24, I am not the complainant. The complainant was permitted, as the papers suggest, to protect themselves by being anonymous.
This isn't appropriate.
But can I,
Councillor Kilgour, please sit down.
But I have a
down.
I'll beg your pardon. And this is exactly why we're discussing it. This level.
Please sit down. Councillor Robertson, please sit down. Thank you. Right. I will ask again. Oh,
Do you want to speak on the amendment?
yes. Do you wish to speak on the amendment? Right. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you've just proved a little point there when you spoke and calmed everyone down. I'm totally against the motion in the fact that I think it could be a very dangerous route and potentially.
No, this is
What?
This is about the original motion, councillor.
The original motion?
No, this is about the amendment.
Councillor Brennan, it's yours about the amendment or the original motion.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I got confused if I was speaking on the amendment of the original motion.
No, this is the amendment. Yes.
He wanted to speak on
It's-
the amendment.
yes,
So
he-
he's
he-
reserved his right, and then that's it on the amendment.
yes.
So we'll come back to the main
Right.
motion.
Councillor Kennedy, you are the last speaker.
Thank you, Lady Mayor. I will say, mind, I didn't get given the option to reserve the right, but I don't mind taking it. I do think. No, I'm going to speak. That's fine. Totally agree with everything that Councillor Guy has said here, and we're descending into a very, very dangerous area over who would have the actual say. Now, at the end of the day, we are all elected in by the residents of our own wards. Now, some of the councillors that we're seeing carry out the majority of this bad behaviour have on more than one occasion now been voted back in. Now, that would suggest to me that members of the public out there actually like the way these councillors conduct themselves, what they say, how they put things across. Yes, sometimes it doesn't come across very well in these chambers and we have arguments across the floor, but we see things in these chambers that the public outside don't see. We see the tensions in here that they don't see. We see the animosity that the public don't see, yet they still vote we're back in. Now, we start dictating that we take away that councillor's right for 6 months is morally wrong. It's too far. And at the end of the day, who makes that decision? What's the guidelines going to be? There's no reasonable amount of, and I'm probably going to say something a little bit contentious here, but I believe this could cause impartiality, whereby members on this side get treated differently from members on that side. And please don't shake your head, because the last thing I will say, and whilst we go on about not seeing things that the public see, and the public do see some things, and I think it may come out a little bit further down the line, but when we talk about behaviours, you know, we can all play the victim. We can all say that we've been demonised and bullied and harassed, you know, but sometimes it's about how we actually do that. And in the chamber, everything's open and honest, and we say what we think. But there's a lot out there on social media as well, you know, that has led to a lot of complaints behind closed doors when there is nobody saying
Councillor Kennedy,
Would you like
who's
to be very
involved.
clear as to what you're doing?
I'll be quite clear then.
Yeah, you
Fake
do.
profiles.
Oh, rubbish.
Rubbish.
Were you in the court? Rubbish.
This is where it all goes wrong.
Sorry.
Councillor Robertson, we are just going to continue with the amendment. Things are, Councillor Kennedy has closed the debate on the amendment. That is now finished. There was dissenting voices on this amendment.
Sorry, Chair, just a procedural question.
Is it a point of order, councillor Guy?
Do I not get a right to reply?
No.
Oh, do I not? Okay, fair enough.
No, Councillor Kennedy ended the debate. So there was dissenting voices.
Madam Mayor, if he does want to respond as the proposer of the amendment, he does have the ability to, even though councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Guy.
I don't think it's appropriate now, councillor Taylor.
Information, Chairman.
On something councillor Kennedy said. Your point of information, councillor Taylor, has to be something about what councillor Kennedy has said, is it?
No.
So what part of the council procedure rules hasn't been followed?
I'd like to remind everyone the code of conduct applies to all.
Council Procedure Rule 34, right, okay, that. Right, so councillor Guy can respond as the proposer to the amendment, and then we'll have to take a vote
A
on the
vote.
amendment, and then we'll
Yes.
move on to discuss the motion.
Yes. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was made just to come back to Councillor Kilgour's points, and thank you for raising them points as well. The bit that I particularly, I'm going to say, aggrieved about is the specific call upon the government to introduce the suspension prior to the consultation, prior to that part. For me, I cannot move past the removal of elected persons by the very authority that they are there to hold to account, to scrutinise. That for me, if this motion had further that it went to an independent panel, if there was a lot more further work, or we were a little bit further down and we had the likes of well-regarded organisations saying, actually, in these specific circumstances, yes, it should be. And there is elements, I mean, convictions for a start, I find it mad that you've got to go to prison, I think, for a minimum of 3 months or something. That for me is odd. So I do believe that there is a lot more work that needs to happen. But for me, I feel like it's very knee-jerky. Suspensions for 6 months with not a lot of context, and I do really appreciate the commitments the rest of the motion is aiming for. Just for me, I can't support it on the grounds that we are looking at 6 month suspensions and it all handled in-house. That doesn't sit right with me. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. When I asked if the amendment was carried, there was dissenting voices. So we will now go to the vote. A show of, are you happy with a show of hands? Name vote. 5, please. Thank you.
I'll read your names alphabetically, elected members, and this is on the amendment, whether you're for, against, or abstaining. The lights are going out now. Councillor Barclay?
Against.
Councillor Brennan?
Against.
Councillor Brown?
Against.
Councillor Carter?
Against.
Councillor Clare? Councillor Coombs?
Against.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Dawes? Councillor Dean?
Against.
Councillor Esteen?
Against.
Councillor Dixon?
Against.
Councillor Ellison? Councillor Foggin?
For.
Councillor Ford?
For.
Councillor Foreman? Councillor Francis?
For.
Councillor Gibson? Councillor Guy?
For.
Councillor Ginn?
For.
Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Harrison?
For.
Councillor Herbert? Councillor Keegan? Councillor Kennedy? Councillor Kilgour? Councillor Lamont? Councillor Leask? Councillor K Maxwell?
Against.
Councillor N Maxwell? Councillor McCabe? Councillor McHugh? Councillor McKeown?
For.
Councillor Mellon? Councillor Myers? Councillor Oliver?
For.
Councillor Owens Palmer?
For.
Councillor Porthouse? Councillor Potts?
Against.
Councillor Proudlock? Councillor Roberts? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Smith? Councillor Stonehouse? Councillor Strike? Councillor Taylor?
Against.
Councillor Traynor? Councillor Welsh? Councillor Wood?
For.
Councillor Yeh?
For.
So the amendment has not passed. 18 votes for, 31 against.
Colleagues, the amendment was not passed. It is 18 votes for and 31 against. Therefore, the original motion remains unchanged. We are now. Yeah. Right, so we're now on to the original motion. Do any other members wish to ask a question, speak, or move another amendment?
Councillor Oliver.
Councillor Oliver was first.
Okay, is this the right time to speak about it? Thank you. So, as I was saying earlier, you proved a point that, well, first, I'm totally against the motion altogether. I think it's a dangerous route, a very dangerous route, and what some colleagues haven't mentioned yet, although probably thinking it, I think potentially it could be weaponized in a way, or in the future could be weaponized against oppositions on both sides, not just one. But I think yourself, Mayor, or future mayors, is very capable of seeing any undesired behaviour and is well capable of controlling that. Simple bang of the hammer. Stopped it, didn't it? If they continue, like you done last time, John, you go out. That's all it needs to be, in my opinion. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts? Right.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm totally against this motion, Madam Mayor. And when we're asking Councillor Smith, are you now going to take lead on whatever happens in the chambers, outside the chambers, with anybody's bad behaviour? And one of the things is, when you're asking about parliamentary language, you're going to write to somebody, ask the leader to write to Angela Rayner with her parliamentary language when she stood up and called Tory scum. So that's not, you know, that just tells you everything about her. So what you're going to ask her for, I can't understand. And when you're asking the leader to write to London to try to get this put through, I think is what we remember. It wasn't that long ago in this chambers, there was a motion put through to write to London to ask about the winter fuel, and every one of you turned against that. But you're trying to get something done to try to silence opposition members. Opposition members, and I do believe every part of it, have only spoke the truth in here. Yes, you probably don't like the way it comes out. You don't like the way it comes out, but it does come out that way. You know, I was there myself when you're talking about trying to bring this into order. I'll go back to a few months ago on Bens Park when I took my grandchild round, a 5-year-old child that was doing your collection, Madam Mayor, and walked up that ramp. And we had to take it over.
Councillor Roberts.
Nothing's happened to them people yet, and we know who they were. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The government was right at the time to reject this recommendation, and this council here tonight would be right to outright reject this motion. We cannot have committees made up of majority party councillors from the same party deciding if opposing party councillors should be allowed to hold office. In effect, that's exactly what would happen. Political tribalism would take effect and democracy would not be allowed to function. The standards process already being abused would be used as a political gag to remove and silence debate. I think only the electorate should have that right to remove the choice of their political candidate at the ballot box. I already believe the standards process in this council isn't fit for purpose and it's abused for political gain. Being a new member of the Standards Committee, I recently asked a question on how complaints were chosen to proceed, and I was promptly told that they were not investigated in any order, and it wasn't first come, first served like a taxi rank. I had asked this question why some complaints had been investigated for 3, nearly 4 years, while others jumped the queue, which seems strange to me. And I was cited as cost, being cited as the excuse why this was the case. In recent times, we've had the monitoring officer blow the whistle on members of this party sitting opposite for bullying and trying to influence and intimidate that very process which saw their leader resign. So I have no faith in an Angela Rayner and the Labour doing things to improve the situation. Granting more power to an already corrupt system is like adding more fuel to the fire. A slippery slope of authoritarianism, one party rule that's allowed to gag its opponents for its political benefit. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Brennan.
Point of information, Madam Mayor, this is not a corrupt system.
Back to the leader there, could I ask if it's not corrupt, how is it that certain people get away through Labour North? It shows Labour North are corrupt, very corrupt. Thank you.
Point of information. Excuse me. I see pantomime season's opened early for you. Madam Mayor, point of
Please
information.
sit down, Councillor Clay. You did not ask permission to speak. Councillor Roberts, please let the debate continue in a proper manner. Thank you. Right, colleagues. Point of information. Right, yes.
You know, you've mentioned about the Standards Committee. We've just had a man there, you know, Graham, who has been chairman of the Standards Committee for the last couple of years. The Standards Committee is made up of different people within this chamber from different parties. You know, it's not corrupt. It's not weaponized. You may laugh, but it isn't. Well, it isn't double standards committee. It's a standards committee that's made up of individual members from different parties. And it has an individual chair. It has an individual, because I'm trying to explain to you exactly what the standard committee consists of. I wish you'd listen to me. We've listened to you all night. You know, so the chairman of the standards committee is made up by an independent person. We also have an independent representative there who's a member of that committee as well, along with individual members from different parties.
Thank you,
So it's not
Councillor Clay.
Madam Mayor, I says made up of majority party councillors, and he's
Councillor
misrepresented
Brennan,
what I've said.
please. You already have spoken. You cannot speak twice. Councillor Ford hasn't spoken.
Madam Mayor, can we move to the vote, please?
No, I've started speaking, Councillor McHugh, thank you. I was simply going to say that this motion, as it stands, is undemocratic, and because we are calling on the government to implement something which has not gone to public consultation yet. If you had agreed the amendment, we would be supporting the government to do their public consultation on measures that would improve conduct, which could include increased sanctions. But to preempt a public consultation falls foul of the rules of public consultation to call for a specific measure to be imposed, which has not been consulted on with the public.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. And I think we have exhausted the debate. I will now ask Councillor Smith to close the debate.
She has been told by Councillor Roberts that I handed up, so.
Madam Mayor?
Was it? Right. Councillor Robertson, you've spoken. Councillor Hamilton, if you would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Point of order. Before this, I asked to go to the vote. Proposed to go to the vote after.
That's not a point of order.
The point of order is about what procedure
Yes.
hasn't been followed.
Not the point of order.
So
Let Councillor Hamilton speak, then Councillor Smith will close the debate.
Right. I've got a copy of a report submitted to the standards by the monitoring officer, and I would like an explanation, clarification on it because it concerns all of this. That's a copy of it there if you want to have a look at. It is, yes, it is to do with the motion. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human.
Sorry, sorry, Councillor Hamilton. It isn't to do with.
It is to do with the motion. It's about councillor behaviour.
the motion is about the resolution.
Yes.
Yes.
A consultation and a view.
Yes.
I don't understand how going over Article 10, which would be considered as part of any consultation, would be part of the relevant.
What it is to show that a councillor's behaviour can be looked at differently from different.
But Councillor Hamilton, I think will rule that it isn't part of the debate on this occasion. Thank you.
Well, what I want to know is who decides what is inappropriate behaviour.
And I think a sanction of 6 months is completely out of order. I myself have been a victim of abuse by councillors in the chamber, especially in a fake profiler who abused me.
Yes, that's not relevant, councillor.
It is, because I'm trying to tell you that.
Right.
The
Councillor Hamilton, you've made your point and about your support. We're going to close the debate now. Thank you. Councillor Smith, can you now please end the debate? Thank you. And we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm a bit worried to speak on considering what's been unleashed here by this motion, but really quickly, through the code of conduct, all councillors have a personal responsibility to abide by it. If they don't, there should be sufficient sanctions in place. The disconnect between sanctions that MPs get and councillors get. If the government did bring in legislation on this, it would affect all councillors across the whole country, not just South Tyneside. It would go beyond the disputes we have in here. It would also be on the statute books to for hopefully for a long time, that would echo down other councillors as well. It's been a long day. I'll just sum up there.
Thank you. Is the motion agreed?
No.
Right.
Silence is not.
5, please. Right.
Name and shame.
Councillor?
Can I ask, just you be quiet when I'm saying the vote, please, because I'm not looking at you, Councillor Roberts. I was looking at Councillor Robertson, just when I do the vote, because I cannot hear. I'll just I'll read out your names alphabetically, and this is on the original motion without amendment. Councillor Barclay?
For.
Councillor Brennan?
Against.
Councillor Brown?
Against.
Councillor Carter? Councillor Clare? Councillor Coombs?
Against.
Councillor Davies?
Against.
Councillor Dawes? Councillor Paydeen?
For.
Councillor Esteen?
For.
Councillor Dixon? Councillor Ellison? Councillor Foggin?
Against.
Councillor Ford?
For.
Councillor Foreman? Councillor Francis?
Against.
Councillor Gibson? Councillor Guy?
Against.
Councillor Ginn?
Against.
Councillor Hamilton?
Against.
Councillor Harrison? Councillor Herbert? Councillor Keegan? Councillor Kennedy? Councillor Kilgour? Councillor Lamont? Councillor Leask? Sorry, I know I'm being really picky, but the sound is really terrible. I just can't hear. Can I just get through the vote that you've asked for as a named vote, please?
I said for.
Thank you, Councillor Leask. Councillor K Maxwell?
For.
Councillor N Maxwell? Councillor McCabe? Councillor McHugh? Councillor McKeown?
Against.
Councillor Melling? Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Oliver?
Against.
Councillor Owens Palmer?
Against.
Councillor Porthouse? Councillor Potts? Councillor Proudlock? Councillor Roberts?
Yes.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Smith? Councillor Stonehouse? Councillor Strike? Councillor Taylor? Councillor Traynor? Councillor Welsh? Councillor Wood?
Against.
Councillor Yeh?
Against.
So the original.
Colleagues, the original motion is agreed. 28 for and 21 against. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor,
Can I just ask for a very quick point of clarification? If this meeting were to be adjourned by a motion, would the remaining agenda items be automatically deferred to the next meeting, or would it have to be resubmitted? because I'm about to ask to move a motion to adjourn this meeting and I want to understand the implications of it.
The rule 28.4 states that any business will automatically be rolled over to the next meeting.
Then, Madam Mayor, given the nature of productive debate in this meeting at the moment, and I know it's technically not in debate, so I can't table this, but I appreciate your leniency. Can I please move that we adjourn this meeting at this time?
I'm sure once the rule has been made for the 3-hour
Extension.
I don't believe there can be any further moves on any other council procedure rules. So if you just give me 1 second, councillor, yeah, I'll just double check.
If there's any discretion on your part, Madam Mayor, I'd suggest.
I think it says that.
I think it's.
But just let me double check.
I think we just crack on.
Suspend the procedure rule to extend the meeting shall be So no, it's fine. It was the other way around. You can't make that motion. You can't move that.
Yes, councillor, you can make that motion if you wish to, but I think it would be in our best interest just to crack on and get this last motion.
So is it seconded?
In voting there.
Yeah, are you seconded?
No. Madam Mayor. No.
Is that agreed, colleagues?
No, Madam Mayor. No,
right.
Madam Mayor, it's not agreed.
There's a dissenting voice.
Dissenting voice, so it's a vote again.
Let's everybody just calm for a second. So there's been a motion made. It's been seconded. There's a dissenting voice. So we need to do a show of hands as to who's in favour of stopping and suspending the meeting now and for motion 4 to carry over to the next ordinary meeting of council.
Madam Mayor, we've got people at the bathroom.
So
can you everyone know?
Can you just okay, can we just be clear on what we're asking for? Because so are we asking for an adjournment of 10 minutes, or the way I took it from councillor, yeah, I think was everybody was tired and they wanted to stop business for today. So can we
just to clarify, I'm not tired. I just think that the productive level of debate in this room has now reached a level whereby it would be best interest of the people of this borough. We defer the last item to the next meeting, and we bring this meeting to an end.
Okay.
That is the motion that's been
really
proposed.
to clarify, just there was other interpretations of the rule there, councillor. Yeah, so just wanted to check. So a show of hands, who's in favour? Madam Mayor, you might want to ask for.
Right, can we have a show of hands who is in favour of suspending the meeting?
Can you just keep them up really high? Anyone against? So just cracking on, as the mayor said. Any abstentions? Right. So there's 27 against adjourning the meeting, 19 for. So as the mayor said, we're cracking on.
Thank you, colleagues. Right, motion 4 has been submitted by councillors Carter, Lamont, Clare, Smith and S. Dean. Councillor Carter, please present your motion.
Thank you, and I will be quick, because I think I could have gotten through this in the time it's taken for us to take that vote. Colleagues, I am honoured to bring forward this motion on digital inclusion, a matter that impacts the daily lives of our residents in South Tyneside. In today's world, reliable digital connectivity is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It connects our residents to vital services, jobs, opportunities, and even healthcare resources. For South Tyneside, where employment rates fall below the national average, digital access can be transformative. Currently, 98% of our households have access to super-fast broadband, but only 15% have access to gigabit-capable full fibre broadband. Shockingly, 509 households lack any form of reliable broadband. These figures illustrate a gap in our infrastructure that we must urgently address. UK government's commitment to nationwide gigabit broadband by 2030 through Project Gigabit is a step forward. But to make this a reality, we need targeted support in regions like ours. We must ensure that South Tyneside receives its fair share of investment to bridge these digital divides. This motion calls on the Secretary of State to prioritise South Tyneside in digital infrastructure investment. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
I'd like to second that motion, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak. I'm pleased to second this motion on digital inclusion, which is essential to building a fair and equal society in South Tyneside. I think we need to send a strong message that South Tyneside won't be left behind, and I urge all members to support this motion.
Thank you. The motion is now open to debate by members. Do any members wish to ask a question, speak on the motion, or move an amendment? Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do welcome the motion and obviously the progression towards a more like digital future for everyone, basically. But what I'm concerned about is the infrastructure and the power that this council has over the infrastructure being implemented, such as the 5G masts, and they're affecting everyone's ward. We'll have very limited ability in the infrastructure where we can position these 5G masts. I would obviously like more information and more of a say on, as a ward councillor, where these 5G masts get put. I feel government's tying our hands at the minute, and we can't have a say. We're very limited in how we can argue against this. And that's what I'd like to say. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Did anyone else?
Well, Councillor Robertson, are you
Councillor Davies,
speaking on the motion?
Councillor East. Robertson first.
Right, thank you. So, thank you for the report, and whether I've got my head around it or not, but access to digital inclusion, whether I've got this right or wrong, on the council's website, on the libraries, this is a printout and it says, if you are not a member of the library, it's £2.50 to use a computer for an hour or £1 for 20 minutes. How are we giving digital inclusion and access to technology, etc., £2.50 for an hour? What? You cannot just say that. Why is everyone, how should you like to shout out? Lady Mayor,
continue, Councillor.
I'm only quoting what's on the council's website. You know, saying join the library is another matter. How can we justify charging £2.50 for access to a computer for an hour and £1 for 20 minutes to people? They might not want to join the library. They might just need to do something.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you.
Councillor East, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I do. We're talking about the masts. Well, the masts are going to go up no matter what we say, because even in planning we can't stop them. So it's just no good bringing that up as an argument, because the government says that we're going to have them. We're going to have them.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. You have an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for moving the motion, Councillor Carter, and I welcome Councillor Lamont's support on inclusion. But what we struggle to identify between inclusion and gigabit rollout is also digital connectivity. And albeit these are interrelated, 5G is not the subject of this motion, nor a barrier to digital inclusion. 5G is connecting our mobile devices, but a secure, fast broadband connection in the home is through a cable, either through the sky, is rolling out through Biddick Hall. But I welcome, what's saying about 5G. Openreach put in telegraph masts across across the ward, and there was very little public consultation before they were going in. But what this motion is not quite equating is the level of access that residents in South Tyneside already have. We are not a not spot. We are completely on par with the nation at 98%. We are not the Highlands of Scotland or rural Wales or even rural Northumberland. We do not need gigabit money in South Tyneside. there is enough economic potential for the rollout of full fibre to all our residents that City Fibre, Grain are more than happy to deliver on behalf of their investors. So we don't need that money.
Move your amendment, please.
Yeah. So in moving this motion, we are moving a summit to convene people together to work out why they need to go to the library for £2.50, why they are not online, and it is these properties that don't currently have the internet at 507, as noted in the motion. So we need to convene a summit to identify what we need to write to the Secretary of State about. The motion unamended is asking this council to actually do nothing. I would ask the members opposite, once you vote, as I'm sure you probably will, vote this down, propose a motion to amend it, so we actually ask the council to ask the Secretary of State to do something, because currently it reads, calls on the Secretary of State Innovation. It doesn't say who, it doesn't say how. Okay, so the motion does definitely need amending as it currently stands. So through this motion, we are going to write to the Secretary of State. So that is my moving of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded? Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion, to this amendment?
Madam Mayor, I'll speak very quickly, if that's okay, as a seconder, rather than reserve my right, if that's acceptable to yourself. I'll try and summarise the purpose of this amendment as quickly as I can. I agree that we need to do more to support digital inclusion in our borough because it is vital for many people living their day-to-day lives. The essence of this motion is to essentially convene a summit so we can discuss how to improve digital inclusion rather than focusing resources on improving with the Gigabit programme. As my colleague has said, that programme is really designed for the rural Highlands, for rural Northumberland. What it isn't tackling is the 2% gap of people, that's just properties, not people, that don't currently utilise or have access to high broadband capacity. We need to be identifying the reasons why they can't, be it income, be it household status, be it their comfortable level with digital inclusion. I think there's some of my colleagues have said, and I can say it for myself, I could make the internet 20 times faster for my grandma. She still won't be able to use it. And that is the point of this motion, is let's find out why the 2% of properties, not people, are not engaging with high-speed broadband at the moment. And when we do write to the correct Secretary of State, whoever that person may be at the time, we ask for what will make the difference to our people rather than increasing broadband speeds that people are just not wanting to use in that bracket. That is the spirit of the motion, the amendment to the motion. And I hope you would consider accepting it tonight. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Is the amendment carried? No. Can we now then move on to the original motion? Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I think we're all getting very tired. Can we take a vote on the amendment, please? Show of hands.
In favour of the amendment, can you? All those against the amendment? And I don't think there's any abstentions, but just to check. Right, so the amendment is not agreed, so it's the original motion.
The amendment is not agreed. Can we now vote on the original motion, or does Councillor Carter like to? No, just move to the vote. We'll now move to the vote. So does
anybody else want to speak?
Does anyone want to speak to the motion? No? Can we now take that to the vote then? Is the main motion agreed? Agreed? Yeah. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your patience this evening. We have got through an amazing amount of work. Thank you. Just leave.